Good morning and welcome to the sunny National Cricket Centre here in Balmain, Cuba for the start of this much anticipated North-South Classic. It's toss time. I got the match officials here to overlook this morning's proceedings. Mr. Simon Arun in the blue corner, captain of the North team, Vikash Mohan. In the green corner, captain of the South team, Imran Khan. Imran, you got the point, give it a spin. Numbers it is? Birds it is. Right? Come this way. What have you decided?
We decided to have a hit first. I think the pitch looks well decent, have slight moisture, but I think within the first hour it should be good and look like a good batting pitch. And knowing the history of this surface, I mean, batting last is always a bit difficult.
What are some of the expectations from this result?
It's all about the senior guys with the youth to help each other, to have a good game. Last year didn't go the way we wanted it, but we're going far better showing this time.
What are you expecting from the batters at the moment?
I know a lot of they've been training hard, so I think once they get in, I think a couple guys can go and score big scores. Even that 100 would be good. It would be good for Trinidad to be good cricket as well, so looking forward to it.
Alright, well, thanks a lot, man. All the best to you.
Chat.
You've lost the toss this morning. You've been asked to bowl first. Your thoughts?
I'd have batted as well. The sun is out, yes, there's a bit of moisture, but I think if the batsman could have seen the early moisture, it looks like a decent cricket bat. But in saying that, we are bowling, so we'll try to use this moisture and try and get a couple of breakthroughs and get into the middle of the batting.
A couple of changes to the North team. What can we expect from some of the guys that came into this squad?
They are balanced with youth and experience, so it's always good to get the youth a chance. They are vibrant, they want to play the cricket, so I expect good things from my team. I think if we cover our bases right, the result will take care of itself. So I'm pretty happy with this one.
Very well said, Vikas. Thanks a lot for chatting with us this morning, and you go well.
Thank you very much.
So news from the centre is that South, they've won the toss and they've decided to bat first.
Yes, thank you very much, Kadir, and welcome to each and everyone. Welcome to this the National Cricket Centre here in Balmain, where we have the famous, the North-South Classic Senior version, the marquee event on the cricket calendar for the senior team. And as you heard it before, South team, they won the toss and they elected to bat first, South being captain obviously by Imran Khan. Remember last year, South, they had suffered a huge defeat in 3 days, and they would want to make amends for that here. So just taking a look at the lineups as we see the teams are getting ready, the umpires are out. And we'll have, as I welcome Leah Mamchan, could you please let us know the starting lineup? I know you're a South man and you will be really looking at the South team here. Most of your teammates and friends would be on the team. So let's hear the South team that will be taking part.
Yeah, so it's going to be Imran Khan captain in the team today. Brian Charles, he's the vice captain. Kamil Puran and Keon Otley are also in. Cephas Cooper, Jason Mohammed, Jed Gully, Daniel Williams, Anderson Phillip, and Sharon Lewis, as well as Damian Joachim. The 3 guys out going to be Narad Kalkisundat, Justin Manik, and Satran Rambaran.
Yes, thank you very much. You heard it here, the South team, and it's a very strong batting lineup there you would see for that South team. And remember, they would be taking first strike. And on taking the field now, as you can see on your screen there, would be the North team. And they would be led by Vikash Mohan. He's the captain of the North team. Vice captain Kari Pear, Tion Webster, Andrew Rambran, the youngster who's getting a look in here in this match. Amir Jangu, Cyan Hackett, another nice youngster who is glad to see him out there as well. Dijon Charles from Tobago, a wonderful talent, and again, these are a good opportunity for these guys. Isaiah Rajan, no stranger to the senior setup. Camilo Karim Bokas, good opportunity for this young man as well. We have Leonardo Julian, the West Indies Academy team player as well, and Philton Williams, who had a good time with the ball in the last season, a good call-up for him. And the subs are Joshua James, Amir Ali, and Anderson Mahis, two good youngsters again. So just looking at the lineup here for the South team. Let's start with the South team first before we get on the way. The batting lineup, Liam.
Yeah, it's definitely a strong unit, you know, a lot of experience as well as some youth in there. There's obviously Cephas Cooper, exciting young player. He's out there, he's going to be opening with Kamal Puran, another guy who had a good season last year, made his first class debut for Trinidad and Tobago. There's the experience of Keon Utley as well, you know, he just got selected once more to represent the West Indies in Australia, so he'll be looking to have get into a bit of form. And Jed Gully, Jason Mohammed, these guys have been around this first class Red Force team for quite some time now, so I think they'll want to lean on those guys to do the bulk of the scoring. As we saw earlier, you know, there's a bit of moisture in the pitch as usual in this National Cricket Centre. It's going to be probably around half an hour to 45 minutes of that. So once you could get past that tough stage at the beginning, it should be easy work. The pitch is nice and flat and looks like a really good batting wicket. So it's going to be interesting to see how Cephas Cooper and Kamal Puran maneuver this early moisture. As we see San Hackett, he's going to start.
Yes, thank you. And yes, it's going to be tricky, and this wicket generally tends to get better as we go along, as you rightly say. So it's Cyan Hackett taking up the attack from the southern end, and it's an excellent delivery just outside the off stump and taken by the keeper. So yeah, and as you mentioned, Cyan Hackett, one of the young talents coming through the system, and it's really good to see him get a look in here and opening the bowling for the North team. That would be something really good for his confidence. It shows that the selectors and the administration are really looking at this youngster and you know, looking at his future in terms of one for the future for the Red Force team. So he's going to bowl to Kamal Puran. And that's just outside the off stump. That's a wild swing there from Kamal Puran. He's naturally aggressive, yeah, but he has to curb his that natural instinct here this morning. It's going to be a bit tricky, as you mentioned, in this first half an hour.
Yeah, most definitely. And as you said, you know, Kamal is an aggressive batsman. He's going to look to go out there and score lots of boundaries, as is, you know, a lot of guys behind the bat. But yeah, I think he just needs to temper that a little bit and get a look in. It's just the second ball, and both balls beating his bat so far. So that would give Hackett a bit of confidence. I'd also make him feel like, you know, he could get this wicket at any point in time.
Yes. So Hackett bowling with 3 slips and a gully. So very aggressive field set in here. And this one left alone just outside the off stump. So we have 3 slips, a gully. You have a close cover and, well, mid-off, and mid-wicket. So it's really his channel, his bowling should be outside that off stump.
Yeah, but I think what's also important for Hackett to realize is that he needs to be making the batsman play as much as possible. You don't want Kamal Puran leaving too many deliveries outside that off stump. It's just going to, you know, the ball's going to get older, it's going to be easier to see. You just want to make him play as much as possible in this early half an hour of moisture in this wicket.
This one is driven over the top. It's over the middle fielder, and it's going to run close to the boundary. Good work, and they come back for 2. So the south team, I should say, are off and running here. Kamal Puran is off the mark as well with 2 runs.
You could just see the aggressive approach working a bit for Kamal Puran on this occasion. You see a change of shoes for Cyan Hackett.
Just changing one boot, actually. So he just seemed to not be comfortable with that one boot. So he switched the boot with one of his fielders. That's interesting.
It's one of the first. It has to be the first time I've ever seen that. And may just be maybe a tear in the shoe or something of that sort.
Well, you're a fast bowler, so you should know about that front foot landing being uncomfortable. So
yeah,
maybe
definitely.
it's something with the boot not being comfortable. Probably a new boot he has on. So just switching it. You can see getting some advice there from, is that
Leonardo Julian.
Leonardo Julian, yes. He's not behind the stumps. This one again going over the top, but taking the outer half of the bat and still managing to get enough on it to go to the boundary for 4. So that's the first boundary coming off. And for Kamil Puran there, and it's not where he's going to go hard. So once you get anything on it, it's going to run away.
Yeah, there's no stopping Kamil Puran. He's going to play his way, the only way he knows, the only way. You know, and it's been successful for him, no doubts. And maybe he's taking a bit of a basketball approach. as
Well,
the English do. But
there's a lot of talk about that basketball. Even basketball, even even the players don't believe in that basketball. They believe it's aggressive cricket. They don't know where that name came from, and they don't believe in the name. But they believe in the aggressive nature, the aggressive cricket.
yeah, I think Kamil Puran definitely fits that role. Sam Hackett not comfortable with that shoe, it seems like.
Yeah, well, this one, as you can see, has a little hole at the toe, as you would know, just for that force to push forward, so it wouldn't damage the toe as such. But he seemed to be very uncomfortable here.
He may just come off after this over just to change his shoe. Good delivery.
Yeah,
Making Kamil Puran play.
yeah, this time just outside the off stump, but closer to Kamil Puran, and the length was important there, where he couldn't get under it to go through the shot. So that is where he needs to be. So at the end of the first over, it's 6 without loss. Remember, you are looking at the North-South Classic, the Ttcb North-South Classic, the marquee event on the calendar for the senior players. It's really like an audition for that Red Force team. So these players here, a lot at stake. A lot of them would want to put their hands up to get a spot on that final 15. And it's a perfect opportunity for, yes, you have the senior players, the likes of Jason Mohammed, Imran Khan, and these guys, Kijon Otley. But then it's an opportunity for the younger guys to stick a claim here. The guys like Isaiah Raja, Jed Cooley, to Sivas Cooper to say Kamil Puran as such. Even Vikash Mohan to say, yes, I am there, I have the opportunity, I'm going to take the opportunity to really push for a place on that Red Force team. So it's going to be Filton Williams, is it? Yes, it looks like Filton Williams. He's going to take up the attack from the northern end. And he would be bowling to Cooper. And this guy, this youngster Cooper, you would know a lot of him, but he really has impressed in the last year or so.
Yeah, he's dominated all forms of cricket in Trinidad and Tobago over the last season. And Filton Williams starts off right on spot. But yeah, you know, Sifa scored. He's one of the only players to score hundreds in all 3 formats of club cricket last season in Trinidad and Tobago. And he would have been disappointed to just miss out on that Super 50, impressed in Super 50 trials. So he's going to want to stake a claim for himself here. He has already made his first class debut back in 2020.
Yeah.
And, you know, a couple of circumstances had him out of the team for a while, but he's back at his best now. You know, he's just become one of those players that he's always knocking on the door of the selectors. He's always around, and it's good to have Cephas back at the top of the order as well in this game.
And you mentioned back to his best, and I like that, because he is, to me, he is at his best right now. He is at his peak. He is doing very well. He's a very confident cricketer at the moment. This one is driven nicely, but straight to that fielder at cover. And you can see just by his movement, he's not afraid to get on the front foot. He's not afraid to drive the ball. Yes, I'm not sure if the wicket has a bit more, so it may hold up a bit, but he's so confident in his ability that he's taking that step forward and playing those shots. So this is excellent from him here, and we would really want to see him, you know, get a big knock, a big score to push himself back into that Red Force setup. Down the leg side from Filton Williams. Remember, as I said earlier, Filton Williams speaking to the coach of the North team, Vinod Maharaj, and he said that Filton Williams had the highest wicket, was the highest wicket taker for the last season, and he really works hard. He's a very good bowler, consistent bowler, and it's good to see him get his opportunities. So rewarding players for their skills and what they have done is very good. This time again outside the off stump and taken nicely by Ami Jangu, who's, as we mentioned, behind the stumps today. And that's why Leonardo Julian is out on the field, outside, not in it with the glove.
Yeah, you know, Philton is one of those bowlers. He's unassumingly quick. You know, his balls rush onto you a lot. And to see Django taking that ball above shoulder height, so he's skiddy. Gets some bounce at times as well.
Yeah, he's not the tallest of bowlers, but as you're right, he's very skiddy.
And very strong off his shoulders as well.
And you generally see that a lot of those shorter bowlers. I'm not saying he's short already. No offense to any bowlers, but generally the likes of Taylor, Jerome Taylor, these guys, they bowl off their shoulders because they're not the tall. Kimar Roach as well, and they are pretty quick. But again, they are strong guys, so they can afford to do that.
Yeah, guys like Odin Smith as well.
Yes,
Smith is one of the
correct.
quicker fast bowlers in the Caribbean.
Yeah. It's Williams again. Oh, that's an excellent delivery. Yorker-length delivery. But again, Cooper, he's so confident in his ability. He dug that one out nicely. So at the end of 2, it's 7 without loss. Cooper yet to get off the mark. Kamil Puran 6 off 6.
Hackett has come back on with a change of shoe. So that's going to be important for him. He's going to want to be as comfortable as he can. He's had, as you rightfully said earlier, an audition to try to get into that first class team for the season, which starts in just under a month.
Yeah. Well, Filton Williams has come off the field, and Anderson Mahis is out there for him now. So didn't see anything really wrong with him. He bowled pretty well. He bowled a very good over. So maybe just a drink of water or something. Who knows? These modern cricketers, right, Liam?
It's going to be Kamil Puran. He's going to take shag now. 6 of 6. He had a boundary. Had a boundary in that first over as Kamil Puran. He's going to want to continue on his aggressive.
Yes, so Sion Hackett to continue from the southern end with a change of boot. So he's going to bowl to Kamil just outside that off stump. So he needs to get it probably that 4th stump, 5th stump line to really entice Kamil Puran in playing a shot. Yeah, if it's too wide, as you said earlier in this first over, he's just going to leave it. It's going to get the ball older quickly, and then it's going to be easier after for the batters. So he needs to put it in the right areas early here and cause problem. And the fact that Kamil Puran is naturally aggressive, it could work against him in the sense that you put it in the right areas, force him to make a shot, because he wouldn't want to face 3-4 dot balls on the trot. So it's again a bit straighter, but probably going down the left side, trying to work this one to the onside. There's only 2 fielders on the onside, one at short mid-wicket and one at fine leg. So any bat on that would have been runs for Kamil Puran.
Yeah, definitely. And you can see it was a good setup from Hackett in the last over. Bowled 6 balls that seemed to be swinging away from Kamil Puran. Started off this over with one that swung away as well, and bringing this one right back into the pads. Kamil didn't really seem too prepared.
Yeah, probably a bit quicker than he expected to. This one
Good
takes the
delivery.
edge and just short of second slip. But good piece of work there from Dijon Charles in stopping that one. But again, that 4th, 5th on line that we mentioned, as you could see here on the replay, just getting the outside edge, just dropping short of Dijon Charles. But he did well to get a hand onto that.
Exactly, yeah. But that's exactly right. You know, Hackett holding on that good length, good line, getting the movements away, and you know, Dijon Charles maybe needs to take a step up. Wicket is a bit slow at the start, especially with that really moisture.
This time again, ooh, that one was a bit shorter and bounced really high over the head of Kamil Puran. but a kind of tennis ball bounce there.
Yeah, definitely is, and that's evidence of the early moisture. Ball sinking into the pitch from Hackett and just lobbing into the gloves of Amir Jangu.
And you can see Kamil Puran just doing a bit of work gardening on that pitch there where that ball pitched. Probably making a little groove, as you said, because of the moisture on the wicket. But let's see what Hackett could do here. It's a good over so far from him. Very probing over. This time pitched up, driven, but straight to the fielder at that's cover, yeah. And they don't get any runs. So again, pitched up a little bit. So we see a mixed bag here from Hackett in this over. A couple good length deliveries, one that's down the leg side, one a bit fuller, one really short. So he's really testing out the pitch here.
Yeah, I don't think that's what is required at this point in time. I think it's just about being consistent, and that's the beauty of long format cricket. You know, first class and test cricket. It's about being consistent and playing mind games with the batsman.
Yeah, I like that in terms of being consistent, because you need to put at least 3-4 balls in that good areas to cause problems. This time again, just short, cut away, but there's cover at that backward point boundary, and they get just one. So that's the thing. And at the end of the third over, it's 7 without loss. We take a break. Yes, welcome back to the National Cricket Centre here. We have the North-South Classic, the marquee event taking place. Remember, at the toss, South Captain Imran Khan won the toss and elected to bat. And bat they are at the moment 8 without loss after 3 overs. Kamil Puran, he's on 7, a bit more aggressive. Cooper, very watchful on 0. So it's going to be Filton Williams to take up the attack. To continue, from the northern end. Again, this one just outside the off stump. And you can see, as you said earlier on, Liam, getting a bit of bounce and more consistent than Hackett.
Yeah, definitely, and I think that's what's important. You know, we were talking in that last over about being consistent and forcing the batsman to make mistakes. And that's the beauty of 4-day cricket, as we said earlier. So it's just about, being consistent, trying to get those batsmen to force something, really.
Yes, it's Filton again, this time down the leg side. I like the length of the deliveries that he's bowling. It's a nice, just short of a length, have the batsman on the back foot. So this means that it could be a nice setup for him, in the sense that, you know, the batsman on the back foot, and he can get that one yorker that he tried in the last over. But Cooper was well set to it. But it's a nice setup here. But he has to keep that line now, has to be consistent outside the off stump.
Yeah, definitely. And another thing that I've been a bit disappointed in is how short the bowlers have been bowling. Hackett did try to sink in one in the last over. Beautiful delivery from Filton Williams, and it's taken the edge of Kamil Puran. A good take from Jangu, and that's the first wicket for the South.
Yeah, and again, just as we mentioned, that channel outside the off stump, that length that he's bowling, very good. And again, Kamil Puran, you know, wants to be aggressive, wants to feel bat on ball, and he pushes at that one outside the off stump. The outside edge taken, and Amir Jangu did the rest in the back. So that's the end of Kamil Puran. He goes for 7. And North striking early here. It's 8 for 1 in the 4th over. So we mentioned that they had to be a bit, you know, subdued as such, less aggressive in the first half an hour, see out the bowlers as such, the new bowlers. But Kamil, we know that his natural aggressive nature, and it got the better of him here today, this morning, Liam.
Yeah, it was good. It was really a good delivery. It looked like it came back in sharply off the wicket, just seaming back into the right-handed Kamapuran, and that's going to bring the experience, the inform as well. Keon Utley scored 100 in the 4-day practice game at Presal last week, so he's going to want to carry on this good form that he's been in, and also take that form into Australia as he soon leaves with the West Indies team for that one-day series.
Yeah. So I mean, he is a very good player, and he has been consistent of late last couple of years, last couple of seasons in all formats, not just the 4 days, not just the ODIs, all formats. He has been very consistent, and it's good to see him get the recognition for the hard work he has put in. And I mean, I know him pretty well, managed him while he played for the Dream 11. So he is a cricketer, thinking cricketer. He's very, he's very professional in what he does, and it's good to see that he's getting the just reward for all the hard work he has put in, and making that West Indies team. So it's really good, and we are all happy for him and hope him all the best, all the success as when he journeys to Australia for that ODI series. And so, but he has a task here now in terms of early wicket of Kamil Puran. So he has a job to do here for his team, and they need him to really step up and bat with Cooper. Filton Williams, fresh off that wicket, he's going to be pumping here now. And again, and that's what I like about him. We mentioned it earlier, his consistency. Right away to the left-handers, he switches line to a very good line outside all of stump.
Yeah, and this is just about Keon Utley being patient, and I think that's another issue that we've had with Kamil Puran in recent times is he's not patient enough. He always wants to make something happen, and sometimes there's no need, especially in these games where there's a bit of early moisture. Just need to see that first half an hour out, and then you can play your shots when the wicket dries out a bit. And I think if Kamil does that more often, he's a player that's explosive. He could score 100 in a session. He's one of those kind of aggressive, boundary hitting players. So if he just understands his role a bit more and settles a bit easier, he's going to be a serious problem for a lot of teams.
Yeah, he's one of those players. Once he's set, he gets big scores. So that's the thing. It's for him to work out now. What do I need to do to get set, to get myself in? Do I need to be as aggressive as I would in a T10 or a T20 game? Or do I need just to see a few out? Maybe if it is, build a few dot balls. If the ball, it's in your area, you play it. But he needs to work out that pretty soon. And that's when he would be able to move forward. Because, as you rightly say, he does get that big score. But it's for him to get set, but long enough in order for him to kick on and get that big score. So more often than not, you don't see him batting long enough to get those big scores.
Yeah, definitely. He played a couple of first-class games for Trinidad earlier this year. Well, last year, in fact. And
yeah,
he got a couple of starts, but he didn't seem to carry on. And maybe it's just fresh out of local cricket and not really getting that experience yet at the higher level. But I think, as you were saying, it's just about him getting into his groove, understanding what he needs to do to get set and getting those big scores, as he's a really, really talented batsman.
Yes. So it's Hackett to continue from the southern end. Another change of boot, by the way, for Hackett. So he's going through the gears in terms of finding that boot that is comfortable. So let's see. That's 2 overs, 2 change of boots. So let's see again.
Good
this
delivery.
time. Yeah, just outside the off stump. And you could see with Cooper, it's a good delivery outside the off stump, and he lets it go. And that shows the concentration level, and it shows what he wants to do. He wants to be there. He wants to stay bat long. He wants to score big. And Kamil has to sit down now and think about this. Think about what he needs to do. As you rightly said, he's a very talented cricketer, but he needs to bat long in this format especially to get the scores. Again, oh, that's a good length delivery, just short of a length outside the off stump. And you could see Cooper there in a bit of quandary, whether to pull, whether to leave, whether to just block it. And eventually he played nothing and it went through. So he has to be careful here. So this is good from the North bowlers at the moment. That just back of a length has been working for them.
Yeah, definitely, and some have really kicked off the wicket as well. So it's that uneasy length for Cooper that Hackett has been probing at, and I think he's been a lot more consistent in the last couple of deliveries that he's bowled. Good delivery again.
Yeah, there you can see that one pitched up a bit. So I think he just needs to be a little more consistent. Yes, you want to put a ball just over the length outside your stump, and this full ball is what you need. In between those two deliveries, if you can get those two deliveries more often than not in the over, you are good. You are set, because you'll have the batters now thinking, what is it going to be? Is it going to be a short ball? Is it going to be a full ball? Is it going to move away? Is it going to come into me? And once you start to play in the minds of the batter, they start to think about what shot to play rather than watch the ball and play it. So it's a loud shot for LBW. Hackett was confident in that one. You could see him just walking away. He was very confident. But the umpire, Candice Laborde, is in the best position. She says, not out. Let's see.
Seems they probably hit him outside the off stump, outside the line of the off stump, and not much in that one really. Good decision from the umpire.
Yeah, that could be the only decision. It has to be hitting him outside that off stump because the height is no issue. And I don't think it's really going down the leg side. So it has to be that ball pitching just outside that off stump. Or the impact is outside the off stump. So again, good from Hackett here. This is a very good over for him. The shoe seems to be working.
Good delivery again. Getting some lift this time.
Yeah, so he should keep this one on for the rest of the match.
Well, the way he's been going, he's changing the shoe every over, so but yeah, this one seems to be looks comfortable, looks in good rhythm with his run up.
Yeah, this one seems to be working. So I think he should keep this one on because he's bowled an excellent over thus far, really challenging the bat, the outside edge, the inside edge, very good deliveries. Thus far. So he has to close off this over now. Could he put pressure on the batter now?
He's got that brand new Duke's ball in hand.
Yes.
He runs into bowl again. Good delivery. Just slightly off that outside edge of Cephas Cooper. Played down to Raj at point. So at the end of 5 is 8 for 1.
Yes, again a very good over there from Hackett. A very testing, proven over from him. So at the end of 5, as you can see there on the screen, 8 for 1. Kamal Puran, the batter, to be dismissed for 7. Played some good shots, but just fell to that one. Some very good bowling, you must say, from Filton Williams in keeping that ball outside that off stump, that channel, and picking that outside edge. So he's going to continue from the northern end. And he will be bowling. You can see Amir Jangu took an easy catch in that previous Filton Williams over. And it's now some adjustment to the field. So he's keeping that aggressive 3 slips and a gully. He has the fine leg a bit wider in Hackett. Backward point. Cover, mid on, mid off. This time just too wide outside the off stump there for Otley to even think about making a shot. He's going to be very disciplined here, Otley. He knows what it's about, and it's a good opportunity for him to get a knock here.
Yeah, he just needs to buckle down and get set. He's another one of those batsmen. Once he gets set, he goes big. Scored a brilliant 100. A match-winning effort for Trinidad to be going to the Super 50 recently. And a couple of 40s as well. So
yeah, some very good knocks actually, and that really his consistency in the Super 50 has really earned him that spot on the West Indies team. So And Filton Williams here, again, we talk about consistent. He has been very consistent, just outside the off stump, just short of a length. And this is what you want from your opening bowlers, to be consistent. Yes, it's a new ball. You want to probably pitch up the ball if you're getting some movement to get that extra movement. But he's homing it on a nice line and length, and it's really working well for him here.
This one too straight into the body of Otley, and just two fielders on the leg side is going to be an easy single.
So Otley gets off the mark here. Yes, Otley gets off the mark. And it's 9 for 1 at the, it's switch over here for the right-hander.
In terms of the pace bowling options for North, there's obviously Tion Webster. He's probably going to be coming in first change, and that seems to be about it. Dejon Charles is a bit of a part-time. I'm not sure if they'll use him, but
What about Leonardo Julian? He don't have the gloves on.
I think they'd rather put the gloves back on Leo before he bowls in this game.
Come on. He did take the gloves off while in the under 23, but didn't do anything. But that's again a wonderful delivery, Yorker length delivery, but well played in the end. Played it late, Cooper, and managed to squeeze it out to that, just past that mid-on fielder, and they get through for 2 easy runs. So it's good. It shows the composure of Cooper here. It's an excellent delivery, but he managed to keep his composure and get the bat down. Not just trying to stab at it, but looking to get bat on it and into the gap as such to get runs. So this is excellent from Cooper.
He's a wonderful time off the cricket ball, is he, for Cooper?
Yes.
Good delivery again from Filton Williams. He's been consistent, and you know his aggressive wicket taking delivery has been that Yorker that he's tried several times. I think it's into his third over now, and he's tried
one each over.
Yeah, he's tried a Yorker each over. I think maybe Filton needs to be a bit more stingy with that delivery. Give it to himself a bit more, just to create that doubt in the batsman's mind. I think they're expecting one every over.
But it's a new ball, so you'll tend to not go to the Yorker as often with the new ball. And you would want to use that shine in the new ball and get some movement, pitch it up a bit.
Good delivery again from Filton Williams. Just rushing on to Cooper a bit. And that's going to bring us to the end of 6. At the end of 6 is 11-4.
Come back, thanks to Ronnie and Liam at the end of the first half hour's play. Probably just a little more than half hour, yeah. It's now 10:37 here in Central. And South winning the toss, having first knock. They are 11 for 1, so I will give the early exchanges to North with their fast bowlers, Cyan Hackett and Filton Williams doing pretty well. Filton Williams bowled a brute of a delivery early up to get the first wicket, that of Kamil Puran, and the score is at the moment 11 for 1. Let me say a very good morning to Visham Lalman.
Yeah, good morning, and good morning to all the viewers as well. Yeah, Filton Williams doing an excellent job at the start, along with Cyan Hackett.
Here's Hackett. That's that probing line. The new batsman Otley allowing it to go by. Otley will be on the plane to Australia for the white ball series representing the West Indies.
He's had some good form, Keon Otley, and you know, that bearing fruit for him, getting opportunities, and he would want to, you know, put up a good performance today, get a solid knock in the lead up to that series, and in Australia he would want to do well as well for the men in maroon.
There's Hackett. Oh, that's a beauty. Touching down and going with the angle. Otley has been in form in the national trials, having a century and I think an unbeaten 48 in the 2 innings that he has played so far.
Yeah, chasing 60 odd, he had a 48, so that goes to show, you know, his form and how well he and how hungry he is for runs.
Yeah, he's one of those guys who can really ramp it up and when he needs to. But at this point in time, he just needs to be a bit circumspect and just take his time. It's early, opening morning of a 4-day match, and he will just need to get a few onto that bat. Just feel a few on and bat as long as he can.
Yeah, and Hackett and Williams not making it that easy for the batsmen at all. And we're seeing different approaches from both Hackett and Williams. Hackett a bit fuller, Williams hitting hard lengths.
Well, Hackett is one who gets the ball to seam. This time a bit too straight. It's leaning on it. Otley.
What we have seen from both bowlers is a good bowling partnership, supporting each other very well, and that proved to be the demise of Kamil Puran earlier, who looked good at the start, but in the end falling to that man Williams, and Cooper is still there.
So reverts to the hard length. Played back on the onside, so they're keeping things tight. Looking at the track this morning, you did the pitch report, Visham. Tell us a bit about it.
Yeah, it had a bit of moisture in it early on, and rightfully so. Imran Khan winning the toss and looking to bat first, because of course with the intense heat above and around, you know, the pitch was bound to dry out very early, and you know, as time progresses, and traditional here at the National Cricket Centre, is always difficult to bat last in the longer version of the game here at this venue.
So the regional 4-day coming up. Players on show here. Most of them will be making that national team compete. The first round, of course, will be played on the 7th of February, and that will be in St. Kitts and Nevis and Jamaica at the same time.
As all of these guys obviously would want to stamp the authority and write their names in the books of the selectors for that Trinidad and Tobago Red Force team. It's good to see a lot of youngsters out there as well getting the opportunity. Guys like Andrew Rambaran, Anderson Mahis, Amir Ali, all of these guys getting that opportunity, and they'd want to really do well here in this North-South Classic.
Yeah, well, young Andrew Rambaran is in the final 11. Amir Ali not there. Anderson Mahis, Amir Ali and Joshua James not making the final 11. Ken Filton Williams just back of a lane, not allowing Cephas to come forward. He loves to drive Cephas Cooper. So at the moment he's taken that away from him.
Cephas Cooper has looked solid all morning. 2 from 16. He's been very watchful, and he's faced the bulk of the deliveries from Filton Williams, who's very good this morning. So you can understand that. But it's good smart batting as well from Cooper, not looking to rush things.
Sammy's back and pulls well into the boundary for 4. He was on to that in a flash.
Yeah, one of the real rare bad deliveries from Williams this morning. Short, too straight as well. It was there to be hit. Have a look at that again. And on this track, it's going to sit up, and that it did. And Cephas put it away with great pleasure on the eyes for all our viewers. And that's 4 more. So I think it's a welcome boundary as well for Cephas Cooper, just to get that confidence going this morning.
It's on to it in a flash. Looking to create areas to score runs. Long leg goes a bit wider now. That's still 2 slips in attendance.
It's really good batting from Cooper. And Cooper is someone who has been on the national circuit for quite a while. He's fallen off the radar just a bit, and now he's back in the setup. So you really want to stamp that authority and make this opportunity count. Get back into that Trinidad and Tobago Red Force team if you can.
These batsmen will know that if they score heavily in this game, more than likely they can force their way into the national setup. Driving nicely. They only get 1.
Yeah, very full delivery there from Williams. And varying his style of deliveries as well. He's pitching a couple deliveries, of course, short, and then that odd fuller length just to surprise the batsman, so to speak. But Cooper again watchful, so doing well to get his bat down in time. This is something different from Filton Williams you're going to see here now. In the last over of his, he was over the wicket to the left-handed Otley. Now he's going to come around the wicket, angle the ball in, look to get it to move away.
Well, initially he started with 3 slips in the gullies, now 2. The 3rd slip in Rambaran goes away to keep the umpires company at square leg. And of course, Hackett is now moved finer at long leg. Otley. Watchful in the early exchanges here, Otley.
Yeah, and Williams continues to probe away on about that off stump, just outside that off stump, tempting the batsman Otley. Otley as well, he can be aggressive when he wants to. But of course the situation here at this time, the type of match that he's playing, doesn't warrant that style of play.
So he's pitching up. Otley not really playing the full-blooded drive, just leaning into it. Early times in his innings, he has faced 14 deliveries for the just 1. It's 16 for 1, and the North bowlers continue to be very tight.
Yeah, definitely so, and it's good to see both batsmen just having a look. Otley already facing 14 deliveries, just a lone run to his name. Cooper as well, and he was just 2 of 16 earlier, and just striking that boundary, picking up a single in the last over. If you missed it, Filton Williams was a bit short, and that was the 2nd boundary of the morning.
So you can see the stands empty for now. Of course, you're getting this broadcast has been sponsored by Cricket 360 and 360 TV.
Just see one of the youngsters as well went out there to give the batsmen some water. Kyle Kisunat, who would have earned himself a spot on this in this North-South Classic, of course. Good to see some good form in the under-23 tournament earlier.
Time it's clipped away neatly. Okay, just sliding down the leg side.
Yeah, 2 straight there from Hackett, and Cooper already getting his eye in, just looking to put that one away, but had protection out there. A wide fine leg in Filton Williams. Let's see first Cooper, a man who's also doing some coaching work in the Southeast zone. See first Cooper.
As well as you.
doing some work with the grassroots in the southeast zone as well.
Thought you were going to say you're doing some work with the grass. Here's Hackett. Driving a bit uppishly, and it'll find its way into the boundary just about now. But Hackett would be encouraged by that because he did drive and drive uppishly. Let's have a look.
That was a lovely shot, finding the gap most importantly there, Keon Otley, and earning himself his first boundary of this morning. Hackett wouldn't mind that at all. Enticing the drive, and that's what he would want Otley to be doing with two slips and a gully in position. Leonardo Julian being the live wire at mid-off and mid-on, and always having a word with Sir Hackett, keeping him going.
Putting in the effort here, Hackett.
Almost losing his trousers in the effort as well. Sir Hackett.
So running into the wind. There's a very strong wind here at the National Cricket Centre, blowing from the east. In recent times we've seen rain at the National Cricket Centre. No threat of rain today, but it's now coming from the west. Normally it swings around, but as you can see, it's blowing from the east to the west at the moment. So it's a strong wind, which means that it's blowing across Hackett.
Switching it up a bit there, Sir Hackett, pulling back his length, realizing that Otley is leaving some of his deliveries outside the off stump that he's not tempted to play at, and of course a couple of deliveries ago driving one through the offside, so he's not afraid to take the risk as well, Otley. So realizing that and just pulling back his length on the body of Keon Otley, there was Hackett.
And pitching up, Misfield will lead to a single. So just relieving the pressure a bit.
Yeah, good to see Otley and Cooper, and good communication between the wicket there. You know, spotting the opportunity for that single and ensuring that it was taken in the end. Good support for each other there from both batsmen. Of course, the two umpires for today's game, Candice Laborde and Danish Ramdani. Two very well experienced umpires.
Very tough umpire, Candice Laborde.
She looks to be having a word with Julian and Hackett. Seems as though they should get on with things.
Yes, she's very tough. Commands a lot of respect from the players. This is short and wide and just looking to guide it more than cut. End of the over. At the end of it, the lady scored 22 for 1. So we've had 9 tight overs bowled so far. And there's a change from the northern end. Filton Williams, after bowling 4 overs, comes out of the attack, and it's the vice captain of the north team, Carrie Pear, who's going to take up the attack now.
It's going to be interesting how Carrie Pear goes about his work this morning. And of course bowling to someone he would know quite well as well, Keon Otley. Pear being a left-arm orthodox spinner, at times has that excellent arm ball of his. Batsmen need to be careful here. Gary Pear being very experienced himself.
Oh, given the first delivery, a lot of air, draws Otley onto the front foot. Otley has been very watchful, 6 of 19.
And as you would expect from Gary Pear, on the money straight away, getting into his work.
Harry will be required to bowl a lot of overs here in this innings, especially if South puts up a resistance. So they're rebuilding at the moment, 22 for 1. Looking to exact revenge, take the trophy back to the Southland after they lost it last year. Down the track, lovely shot. And that will go into the boundary now for 6.
Yeah, umpire Danish Ramdani stretching those arms this morning. Was a lovely shot indeed. Pear pitching that one up and Otley using his feet nicely. And all the way for 6, straight back over the bowler's head. And that was a lovely shot. And Pear already under pressure early on. And that's probably was the intention of Keon Otley, looking to put the left-arm orthodox spinner under pressure early.
I think he's trying to throw him off. You're quite right with that, because Carrie Pear normally when he hits a spot, it's very difficult to dispatch him, and he builds pressure. Otley dancing down the track as if he was witnessing a Matikor in Enterprise.
Or just maybe dancing in celebration of his pick into the West Indies team that is heading off to Australia.
Okay.
This time there's a chance, and he stopped. Well, just to make sure, a brilliant catch there by Amir Janku. So initially, he was drawn down the track. I think he had edged it as well, but just to ensure, he also stumped him. Oh, what a brilliant take. A double out there for Otley. After doing all the hard work, he advanced down the track, and he has to go. And that's the end of Keon Otley, 28 for the loss of 2. He'll be very disappointed. He has been in form. And the Southerners, they have lost their second wicket. Camille Puran and the number 3, Keon Otley, is heading back into the pavilion.
Yeah, well, it's early days in a 4-day match. Here's that wicket again. Well pitched up, again looking to use his feet and taking the outside edge. Umpire Danish Ramdani raising that dreaded finger.
I think what caught him there, that was a bit flatter, a bit quicker as well. And he was able to get it past him. It was not tossed up as the previous one that he struck for 6. Now coming in is the elder statesman in the South team, and that's Jason Mohammed. And the players will take a well-deserved drinks break after an hour's play. We will also exit, and after the break, we will be joined by Ronnie Bikram Das and Liam Mamcha.
Yes, welcome back to the National Cricket Centre in Balmain. We have the North-South Classic in progress. Day one here of this North-South Classic. We just saw Kari Pierre picking up his first wicket in his first over. An excellent delivery. Just putting away from the left-handed Kijan Otley. And Jangu just did the best and did the bit in the back of the wicket with the glove. A bit of fumble, but had enough time to whip the bails off. So it's 28 for 2 as I welcome back Liam Ramchan.
Yes, Jason Mohammed in that for the ever-present Jason Mohammed always. He's been around a long time now, a lot of experience, a lot of runs under his belt. He's going to want to get himself into some good form coming into the first class season. So Kari Pierre picking up that big wicket of Keon Otley. And it's going to be, looks like, still making that decision on who's going to bowl.
Well, there's a lot of bowlers there to choose from.
It's going to be Tion Webster, thought it would be. He's coming in from the southern end.
Yes, so Webster, we saw him doing a bit of exercises, warm-up exercises in the previous over, stretching the arms a bit. So it was a sort of telltale that he was going to take up the attack from the southern end. I must give credit to the new ball bowlers, Hackett and Williams, who did an excellent job. They didn't allow the batters to really get off and even picked up that early wicket. Filton Williams, he got the wicket in his second over. So good going here, good start for the North team, picking up 2 important wickets. And that wicket, I believe, of Otley was a very important one. As you mentioned before, he scored 100 in the trial, so he is in form. And that would be a big break for them, hitting Kari Pierre for a huge 6 as well in a couple balls before.
Yeah, I think it seemed to be a bit premeditated from Keon Otley just to getting on the wicket to Kari Pierre, a bit over-aggressive too early in his innings. He's one of those guys who needs to, get set and go big. He's an experienced campaigner, 34 years old, back into the West Indies side as well. So it's going to be Tion Webster here. He's going to come in and finding that outside edge of Cephas Cooper really, but no real harm in that one. Tion Webster's a nagging bowler. He goes a good line and length, gets some good movement both ways, so he's going to be an important bowler in this partnership between him and Bear.
Yeah, he has a 5-wicket haul as well in the regional 4Ds. Played at Brian Lara. We pick up that 5 wickets. He is a good bowler, good backup bowler for the new bowlers. A very good all-rounder who does well. This game, this one, Cooper nicely behind it. So he is that measure of consistency that you mentioned you will get with Webster. He's going to put it in that area. He gets a ball to nip around, and that's the key to him. He's not express pace, but he's very consistent, and he get that ball to nip around. And once that ball starts nipping around, well, then he is very dangerous because he can get the ball to move in and away from the batters. So it's Webster again. This time Cooper is nicely behind this one, up on the toes, pushing it into that cover region. So just a bit on Jason Mohammed here. ODI, his batting stats as such, ODI cricket. 36 matches, 630 runs, highest of 91 and an average of 21. And we look at his list A is first class. Actually is pretty good. As we see again, this one pushed into the onside. It's going to be runs here. They're going to get 1. It should come back for 2. I believe that's poor running there. They should have been looking for 2 because Hackett had a lot of ground to cover there at mid-wicket, and they should have been looking for 2 runs there.
Yeah, definitely. I think they were pretty much settled on getting 1, and they run that first one a bit harder. Could have been pretty easy 2 at the end of it.
Yeah, so getting back to Jason Mohammed, first class career, 93 matches, uh, runs 4,433, a highest of 220, very good average of 29.6. So his first class career, 1100s and 1950s. So it's a very good first class career for him. He has been playing for a very long time, and you would want to see him continue for the Red Force. He has retired from the ODI, the List A, and we would want to see him continue to serve. He's a very good servant for the Red Force team in the first class cricket, so we'll see how his season unfolds. This time he's nicely behind this delivery, pushing it. So he would be one to just stick around. He's not going to be overly aggressive. He's going to play the ball on merit, push the ball around, look to rotate the strike. And that is what you would get from Jason Mohammed.
Yeah, and the situation they're in now, they've lost 2 early wickets. He needs to be that guy that stays out there. He's the most experienced player on this team, probably other than the captain Imran Khan. So he needs to be disciplined in the way he approaches this innings. It's going to be Fulton Williams after Carey Pear just came in, picked up the wicket of Keon Utley, and he's out of it. Is back to Fulton Williams.
Yeah, it's a strange move, but I think that the move was pretty much to get rid of Utley, and Carey Pear did his job in removing Utley, so it's back to the good old fast bowlers. And yes, I was having a chat outside there, and we were seeing that he should have continued, but the plan in bringing Pear into the attack worked for Vikash Mohan. So he's now back to Fulton Williams, who has been very consistent, especially to Cephas Cooper. So let's see how he would go, as he's again back to that line and length just outside that off stump. So you can see continues to be consistent outside there. That's that one short ball that Cooper pulled away, really. One sort of bad ball, you would say, from him. But he has been very consistent outside so far. He's bowling his 5th overs, 1 wicket for 9 runs.
Taking a look at this South batting lineup, so a couple left-handers, even though Utley's out, there's Jed Gully and Daniel Williams still to come, and Damian Joachim as well. So, and looking at the North team, there's 4 left-hand orthodox bowlers. 2 of them are out, Amir Ali and Leonardo Julian. Anderson
Julian,
Mahis.
you say?
Yeah, Anderson Mahis and Amir Ali are out, but there's Carey Pear and Andrew Rambaran, and then a lot of left-handers in this South batting lineup. So that's going to be an interesting matchup to see how Vikash Mohan rotates those guys when the likes of Gully and Williams and Joachim as well come out to bat.
Well, Vikash Mohan himself is a very good off spinner, so he can come on and to counteract those left-handers. It's in the air. It's all the way for 6. Oh, that's a good shot there. More of a top edge, really, but it shows the pace of Fulton Williams in the sense that if you look at it on your screen, you can see played the pull shot, didn't get it where he wanted to, more of a top edge, but it flew over the head of Leonardo Julian, the guy you just talked about, the bowl spin.
Yeah, I think if maybe if Leo was a bit more to the rope, could have been a chance, but it did fly over his head. It was not a bad effort. And another boundary to see for Cooper, and he goes on to 15 now of 28 deliveries. But as you said earlier, that one from Fulton Williams just rushing on to Cooper a bit, sliding off that top edge and going all the way.
Yeah, definitely is quicker than he expected and got the top edge. But I think you are right in the sense that if Leonardo Julian was on the boundary, he would have had an opportunity probably to take it over his head as such. But in the end, he ran in expecting it to probably drop shorter in front of him, but it flew over his head. Probably the wind aided in going over his head, but at the end of the day, it's 6 runs to Cooper, who's looking pretty good on 15 from 29 deliveries at the moment, and the South team would want him to really bat deep here, bat as long as possible. He hasn't been bogged down. He has been scoring as well. This time it's a full delivery, looking for that Yorker length. The one for the over he has. He's bowling.
Yes, he's continue with that plan.
Yes, but it's no run. So good going here for the South team. They would want him. This is a crucial partnership here with him and with Cooper and Jason Mohammed. These two needs to really at least take it to launch. If they can set small goals and saying, all right, we have lost 2 wickets here, that we come to the end of the over, at the end of 12, it is 35 for 2. We take a short break. Yes, so welcome back to the National Cricket Centre in Balmain. South, remember, it's a North-South classic here, senior level. Remember, South, the South captain Imran Khan won the toss and elected to bat first. And at the moment, they are 35 for 2, losing Kamal Puran early in the piece. In the third over, he went for 7. And then Hijon Otley, he was stumped by Amir Jangu off the bowling of Kari Pay. He hit Kari Pay for 6 and a couple overs after tried to repeat, and he was gone. Cooper looks really good driving this one down the ground for 4. So it's a lovely shot here. Sorry, that's Jason Mohammed. This one pitched up from Tion Webster. Jason Mohammed just leaning into that one, high elbows, straight vertical bat, pushing it past the bowler, and he picks up his first boundary. That's a wonderful shot from him to get off the mark. That will make him feel good.
Yeah, definitely. Just ooze class, that one. Pitch up delivery and driven nicely down the ground, no mid-on. It's usually deployed for fast bowlers at this stage of the game.
This time a bit wider and shorter outside the off stump, and Jason Mohammed just pushes that one into the cover region. So and this is what you will get with Jason Mohammed. He's not going to miss out on those bar deliveries, those pitched up deliveries. He's definitely going to cash in, and the good deliveries I leave it alone or just keep it out, and that's the experience you get with Jason Mohammed.
Yeah, there's no risk in the way that he plays at this stage, especially. He's just there to, you're gonna have to bowl a really good delivery to get rid of him. See, for Scooper as well, he's looked good for his 15 of 31 so far. He's looked in, for the most part, in complete control.
Yeah, definitely he has. Apart from that top edge that went for 6, he has looked very much in control. Played some good shots, both on and off side. Played all around, so you could see that he is playing the ball on merit. If he's on the offside, he's going to play his offside shots. If it's on the leg side, he's going to push it into the leg side and pick up runs. Short, he's going to pull it away. So it's Webster again into Jason Mohammed, just outside the off stump. Jason with that extravagant leave. Just allows that one to go by into the keeper's hand.
He really needs to do a rebuilding job for his team here. Alongside Cooper, both played for Power Gen for the past few years, in fact.
So they would know each other, they would know well, they would have batted with each other. So and this could be a very good partnership here for South. And so they would need the two of them to really bat long. This one, looking to cut this one just short outside that off stump. Bit bounced more than he expected, and it went through to the keeper's glove. So we were saying that this partnership, they need to take it at least to lunch.
Yeah, definitely.
They
Okay.
need to really set small goals here. Let's say, okay, we're gonna first of all, we have probably just about 45 minutes to lunch. Let's bat 10-minute period. Let's see if we can bat 10 minutes, or and just see the ball out. Whether we score 2 or 3 runs, that's fine. We get more, it's a bonus. But it's about now batting in partnership, batting in period, batting in phases. So we're gonna take 5 minutes or probably 2 to 3 overs. Let's see how much we can get. Then you take another 2 to 3 overs, and we go that way. And that's the only way they're going to set those goals, small goals, to meet your bigger goal, which is reaching lunch. And these two have to do that.
Yes, I think from the North perspective, they're gonna want another wicket before lunch, preferably Jason Mohammed, knowing that he's that guy out there that can really take the game away from you. So they would be looking to get that wicket as soon as they can. And yeah, you're right. So just need to take those small periods, those 10-minute periods, and just get through them. It's not the easiest of batting conditions in terms of the moisture. Still a bit there, as we see Filton Williams running in. Cooper drives beautifully through the covers. It's not going to go all the way for 4. It's pulled in by that man Carey Pair, and they're just going to settle for 2.
It's also, as you mentioned, the wicket, and it's about seeing out this period. And for the North team in particular, they have to see how they can utilize this period. They know the fast bowlers are going to be very important, at least for this for that first hour, and they will. They picked up an early wicket, but they need to take advantage of this little moisture and the movement they're going to get. Again, pitched up and driven even better. This one will race away to the boundary for 4. So that's a lovely shot. Pitched up again by Filton Williams, but Cooper again just getting that front foot to the pitch of that delivery. Let's look at it here. Look at the shot. Just getting that front foot to the pitch of delivery and just pushing it. It wasn't a full-blooded drive. It was pure timing, as you mentioned earlier, Liam, and he picks up 4 more.
Yeah, it's something that you're never going to get tired of seeing. It's a Cephas Cooper cover drive. I played, I believe it was 3 years with him in Naparima College back in his days, and it never gets boring watching Cephas Cooper bat. He's such a talented player, and we really, really hope to see him go on to that next level and dominate as he has.
I remember hearing him meet that 200. I believe it was 230 odd. Yeah,
281, I believe it was.
81, yeah. That was an excellent inning from him. He was like, a man possessed, just hitting the ball to all parts of the ground.
He also has a secondary school's 100 at the under 16 level. I believe it was against St. Madeleine. And that was quite a long time ago, but I don't think anybody's beat it since. Maybe just that Christian Kalichaya knocked that infamous 400.
400, yeah. So he's really, really talented, and he can also give you something with the ball, the left arm orthodox. So he's a very talented cricketer, and we would, as you said, want to see him move forward and take that step up into the Red Force team. Well, back into the Red Force team, I should say, and really he's one that could really cement his place in that team.
He's been really close for the last couple of seasons, just missing out by the barest of margins, and he'll be hoping to get his opportunity once more with, a couple of notable absentees as well. And there's no Darren Bravo here today, with Keon Utley being included in that West Indies one-day squad against Australia. Not sure about his availability for the start of the series, so that gives the likes of Cephas Cooper, Jet Cooley, Isaiah Raja, these kind of guys who've been just missing out by the barest of margins, gives them an opportunity to, get into that team and hopefully, try to keep their place with some big scores.
Yeah, definitely. I totally agree with you on that. And they would, relish the opportunity here to score some runs. Again, down the leg side. Good take from Django there. Just stretching the left hand out. And at the end of 14 overs, it's 45-2. It's a decent start from the South in terms of scoring 45 runs in the first hour and 20 minutes or so. But I would say North having picked up 2 wickets and 2 valuable wickets, 2 batters who could really be dangerous if they get settled. And I think it's pretty much even Stevens. If South could remain unscathed until lunch, I would say they would have the better of the session. But if North could pick up a wicket or 2 here before the end of this session, they would definitely say they had the better of the first session.
Yeah, most definitely. I think, yeah, you're right. North might feel like they're on top at this point in time, but Cooper really seems to be getting into his work now. 21 of 37. Jason Mohammed just getting out there. Cover a few overs. He's on 4, just 9 deliveries faced. So, yeah, these two would want to build a big partnership, but I think you're right. The first thing they'll look to do is just get to lunch without any more wickets. Tian Webster is going to have something to say about that.
Yeah, this one is pushed into the covers and they're going to get an easy single. And remember, we spoke about that as what you're going to get with Jason Mohammed. He's just going to ease the ball into the gaps and build an innings. And that's what you want here. Want someone to build up innings, start or build an innings as you go get bigger and bigger. And he would be the perfect foil for Cooper because with his experience, he could lend that support, that give that advice to Cooper, and they can build on what they have at the moment. So it's going to be a tricky period here, this next 40 minutes or so before lunch. But it's going to be who's going to make the mistake, I would say.
It's just going to be about who bites first. Is it going to be Cephas Cooper or Jason Mohammed, or not just going to try too hard to pick up wickets? And I think that's the problem. When you try to pick up wickets and you try too hard, you kind of lose your shape a little bit when you're bowling. And that's just 3 runs for the likes of Cooper and Mohammed. These two are dangerous batsmen when they get going.
Yeah, definitely. And you said it perfectly. You hit the nail on the head there in terms of you can't try to go searching for wickets. Put the ball in the correct areas. This one is pushed into the cover looking for a single, but it's not there. Jason Mohammed sends Cooper back, and they both agree it's not a single. But it's about putting the ball in the right areas and letting it happen. It's 4 days. You can afford to. You don't have to go searching for wicket, as you say. And it's about putting the ball, building dot balls. As they would always say, the late, great Shane Warne would say, you bowl 3 overs of dot balls, you definitely will get a wicket. We saw that recently in the Australia-Pakistan series where Gilchrist was talking about that. And as soon as he said it, the very next delivery they got a wicket. So
yeah, it's about pressure. It's about building pressure.
Correct.
And that's always going to bring wickets. Batsmen always feel the need that they need to score runs, and they need to score runs consistently and quickly. Yep. So it's just about you forcing their hand, making them make a mistake with consistency and consistently bowling good areas. And to be honest, Webster has not been bad so far. Just the one real loose one that Jason Mohammed drove down the ground for 4.
Yeah.
But he's been living in that top of off 4th stump area.
Yeah, and that's what you expect of him. You expect him to be doing that, bowling in that area, and just get the ball to nip around because that's his strong suit as a bowler. And you could see Vikash Mohan just having a chat with him. They're just finalizing the plans. What are we going to do? Yes, we're going to keep it as is. We are bowling well to the channel. We are keeping the batters quiet, and that's important. Keeping the batters quiet and let them make the mistake. Put the ball in the right areas. Again, it's Webster, and you could see he's getting a bit of shape away from the right-hander, and you have 2 right-handers in the wicket at the moment. So he just has to keep it in that right area, that channel that's outside the off stump, and he's going to get a wicket eventually.
Yeah, and I think it's just a matter of time before we see the likes of Kyrie Pair back in, or maybe even Andrew Rambaran. And there's also Big Raja is here, Raja, with his leg spin. With those
Yes.
two right-handers out there, I think you may see one of those spinners come into play before the end of the session, definitely. I think Filton Williams has bowled, is it 6 overs so far? So he's probably going to be tired. It's pretty hot out there.
This one is short and pulled away, and it's going to be 4 more.
No
So
ball signaled by the umpire as well.
Well, so that's he has committed a cardinal sin in looking for that extra pace. Bowled that one short, but nicely behind it, as you can see Cooper there, just rocking back on the back foot, shifting the weight on the back foot, and just swiveling on that one and getting it just behind square and picking up 4 more. So it's an excellent shot from him. But again, Webster here just diverting a bit from what he's good at. And he's again paying the price. We saw that earlier on with Jason Mohammed, and now we see it again with Cooper. So he has to be very careful here. Can't allow the batters to get away. You have to keep things tight, as we mentioned earlier, Liam.
Yeah, definitely. Now, free run to the South team, and that brings up their 50. So final delivery of over number 15. And back into his spot is Tion Webster forcing a shot from Cephas Cooper. So Cooper, he moves on to 25, and at the end of 15, it's 50 for 2.
Yeah, we take a short break.
So welcome back. 54 for 2 at the moment, as we've seen 15 overs bowled so far. As I say, welcome again to Bisham Lalman.
Yeah, good morning again. And we are seeing some good fight back here from the South batsmen after the fall of those 2 wickets of Kamil Puran and Keon Otley cheaply. Cephas Cooper certainly leading the way thus far.
It's batted well, Cooper, 25 or 42. So Williams, captain, just asking him for that final boost before the lunch interval. That's a good delivery. Committed a bit too early. There was Cooper. He's able to get it out on the offside.
Yeah, and Cooper, of course, would know he has a experience campaigner on the other end. Well, actually, who's on strike at the moment, Jason Mohammed. He himself would have looked solid since coming to the crease.
Yeah, the right man for the situation after losing 2 early wickets. You want a player like Jason Mohammed coming in. Jason will be looking to get a big one here as he pulls away. Tremendous dust blowing into his face. Out there, it's very dry. And he just pulls away at the last moment. The right thing to do.
Yeah, definitely. So once you're not comfortable, you don't want to put yourself at any risk of losing your wicket. Not just losing your wicket, but any health risk as well. So just doing the right thing, as you said.
So Mohammed who has been one of those players under attack, with some saying that he is probably past his time. So he'd want to show that that's not the case. He did have a decent enough Super 50, and he'd want to continue in that vein.
Yeah, and since finishing the Super 50 as well, of course he would have travelled to India for the Legends League cricket, and he would have played with Bilwara Kings. He would have been captained by Irfan Pathan in that tournament, so again earning some invaluable experience across there.
Wide. Cooper not interested.
Of course, another player participating in this match, that's Imran Khan, would have played in that tournament as well, and he would have emerged as a champion in that tournament with the likes of Harbhajan Singh, and with his coach being Robin Singh as well. That team being the Manipal Tigers.
Clipped away nicely, and this will go into the boundary for 4. That was all timing there from the veteran Mohammed.
Yeah, and a real bad delivery there from William String in line on the leg stump, and put away nicely, as you said. And yeah, good timing. And that's his second boundary of the morning, Jason Mohammed. As we see the end of the 16th over, it's 58 for the loss of 2. Williams proving to be a little bit expensive this morning. 29 runs coming off his 7 overs. And just that 1 wicket of Kamil Puran. But that was an absolute peach of a delivery, taking the outside edge into the gloves of Amir Django. Puran went for 8. And we've only seen the lone over from Kari Pay. And he was able to pick up that prized wicket of Keon Otley, who was caught behind and also stumped at the same time.
It's a good catch by Django, though. As you can see, fans not showing up in the midday sun, but 360, of course, is there to bring you live coverage of the game.
One slip and the gully in position now. Tion Webster is back.
It's a short, pulled away. That'll find its way into the boundary for 4 as well. Webster tiring a bit.
Well, I don't think the North bowlers are learning here. Cooper has latched on to 3 short pitch deliveries already. And that one again short and wide outside the leg stump. So he didn't have much to do. Just use the pace, whatever pace there was on offer. And just went on with the angle as well. Down to deep backward square leg for another boundary, and he moves on to 29. And yes, certainly that's actually his 4th short delivery that he has latched on to. 3 boundaries and a 6, and he has really took a liking to those deliveries. Quick hands from the right-handed Cephas Cooper.
Clipped away, fine. Fielder has some distance to cover, and they come back for 2.
Looks to be Camilo Karimbokas down there coming around from that wind fine leg position, doing the work. So Cooper is starting to play a bit more freely now, given the fact that he spent some time at the crease, spent 44 deliveries, heading into 2 hours at the crease now. Cephas Cooper. Driving nicely this time, but had that been a clean pickup and release there from Julian, Could have easily been a run out for Cooper, but that's good running. Julian definitely not happy with his effort.
So you would want to see gripping cricket this morning, 65 for 2. Up until the lunch break, which is about the next 23 minutes away. I should have gotten in about 30 overs. That would not be the case. Remember, we had a delayed start this morning as well because of the official ceremony that took place. Very short official ceremony. Quick single.
That's good running from both batsmen, Mohammed and Cooper. Good support as well from Cooper, backing up nicely.
A nice partnership of 38 at the moment.
I think this would be a crucial partnership here for the South team. Cooper is set, so you want to carry on to a big innings here. A big knock for the South team, not just for the South team, but for himself as well, in order to get his name into that Red Force team.
It's leaning forward, transferring the weight, driving nicely. Can't pace a strong offside field. It's the end of the over. So Mohammed just having a drink.
It's very hot out there, so definitely the players would want to stay hydrated as much as possible. You can hear Amir Django in the stump mic saying 1 for lunch. So looking to get another wicket here, the North team, or a couple wickets before that lunch and interval. Look to break this partnership, most importantly.
Right on spot there from Caribbean.
It's good to see as well a short leg fielder being introduced in the form of Camilo Karimbokas.
So Mohammed goes on now to 15. It's a nice little partnership between these two.
Cooper would not have seen much of Gary Pear for the morning. Only 1 over bowled, and Keon Utley was the man who would have seen the most of him. So different challenge for Cooper here with the ball turning away, and that one slip in position as well.
Good line, good line. Pushed away nicely there by informed Cephas Cooper. Well, there are still a number of options that Vikas Mohan can try before lunch. There is Camilo Karimbokas, who's at forward short leg. And on a track that one may consider dead. He might be able to do something. And also Andrew Rambaran, left arm orthodox spinner. He's a wicket taker.
He seems to be warming up at mid-off. For sure. We'll be seeing him before lunch for sure. Pierre would know that you won't want to pitch the ball up too much to see for Scooper likes to access the offside, especially with the ball going away from him.
And there's only a close ring of fielders in the circle, so to speak. There is no circle, but a proverbial circle. So he'll want to pass that offside field. He can't. He's played well. See for Scooper, he's played his ball on its merit. The end of 18. So you've seen so far Hackett, none for 13. Williams, 1 for 29. Pierre, 1 for 7. And Theon Webster, none for 18.
I think you called it right. It seems to be Andrew Rambaran taking that cap off. I'm going to be coming into the attack now. It's good to see.
So this is the first time that Rambaran is playing in the North-South Classic, the senior North-South Classic. He would have played in the under 15, under 17 and under 19 North-South Classic before. He was recently in that West Indies camp preparing for the World Cup. He has been named the reserve for that World Cup in South Africa.
Looks very fit, Andrew Rambaran, as always.
Don't be surprised that he gets a breakthrough here. He's one of those players who takes wickets. Let's see how the young man goes as a forward short leg and first slip in attendance. He walks and then breaks into his run.
It's a similar feel to what we saw for the bowling of Carey Pierre in the last over. Of course, similar style bowlers, Rambaran and Pierre.
Tossing that one or asking a question, but of course Cooper loves to drive, comes pleasantly onto that front foot. So let's take a look at the offside field. There's of course a slip in position, point, squarish cover, short cover and mid off, and on the onside, mid on, short mid wicket, forward short leg, and there's a man lurking on the backward square boundary. Outside the off stump, a bit too wide to interest Cooper.
Yeah, so just early days in his spell here, Andrew Rambaran looking to settle. Just trying to find that right length, that right line to be bowling on this surface.
So he cuts again. He has to be careful. He's been a bit short and wide at times. But this is his first over, as you said before. He's just settling in. Let's see how he goes against the veteran Jason Mohammed. In fact, that was Jason Mohammed. Let's see how he goes against Cooper.
The slow nature of the track again, sticking with the short leg fielder.
Oh, that's well bowled. Throwing Cooper forward.
That's a better line, a better length there from Rambaran. Slowing it up a bit.
Sammy's going down the ground in the arc, and he's able to put it away for 4 there, Cooper. He goes on to 36 now.
Yeah, that's well pitched up. And a good shot there by Cooper with mid on in the circle. Well, actually inside and going all the way for 4 down to long on.
So spin at both ends. Carey Pierre to continue at the northern end. fight back here from South through these two after losing 2 early wickets.
It's good to see this partnership building and Cooper now starting to play freely as he has settled in and he has understood what the surface is doing for both the spinners and the medium pacers. Jason Mohammed is getting into his worker partnership of 50 already, 50 or 55 balls. Mohammed just looking to make room to guide that one down to third man past that slip fielder. The ball is going to grip a bit for the spinners, what we've seen.
Oh, yes, Gary. Yes, yes, yes. Yes, Gary. Right there, right there, right there. Right there.
Just want to slow the ball up and draw these batsmen forward, make them work for their runs here.
Sammy cuts. Should go back for 2.
Yeah, that's good running, good batting as well. A bit too short from the experienced carry pair, but Mohammed equal to the task there. He was looking to find a gap, not getting as much bat onto it as he would have wanted to, but a valuable 2 runs.
Getting right on spot. So these 2 spinners will be building pressure. Mohammed equal to the task. He has looked really good since going out there this morning, Jason Mohammed. Ooh, and having said that, he's beaten with a beauty.
Excellent delivery there from Carey Pierre. Those kind of deliveries that we have grown accustomed to seeing from him. I think Jason Mohammed knew nothing about that. Quick whip off the bails from Amir Jangu as well.
Yes, Gary. Yes, yes, yes.
So another tight over from Carey Pierre. 80 for 2 after 20. South going at 4 and over, which is pretty decent for a 4-day game. So Ambrante to continue from the southern end. Just 11 minutes away from lunch. Some of the guys have had their lunch already. Here's Rambaran. It's well bowled. The arm ball.
Immediately starting a bit quicker there, Ambaran, as well with the arm ball. And because the last delivery of his previous over was struck over the mid-on for 4 by that man, Cephas Cooper. Playing with soft hands this time, of course, with that short leg fielder in position. Karim Bukas just lurking under the bat. Immediately having a word with Cooper. There's Mohammed. Now looking at the surface, Better from Rambaran. Quicker through the air, cramping Cooper for room. And you can hear the grunt there from Cooper. Driven sweetly, and that's going to be for Cooper, taking full advantage of that full pitch delivery, and that goes past the fielder at short cover and races along the green carpet here at the National Cricket Centre.
Yeah, he's look good, Cooper. Yes, he really look good this morning, and he's doing a wonderful job for his team.
Yeah, and Rambaran, after bowling a couple of good deliveries, just erring in length there. Not really his line, but length was a concern for him, and being put away. Excellent running this time. Looks to be Rajat mid-off, cutting that one. Yes, that's Isaiah Raja.
One more. So this partnership is really looking good, and they want to continue. Look at the men dismissed Kamil Puran for 7, Keon Otley for 12. So Mohammed and Cephas Cooper has done a job here, Bisham.
Yeah, they have, and they've already taken this partnership past 50. And Cephas Cooper as well approaching what would be a very good half century if he can get up to it. And Jason Mohammed supporting him well. Both batsmen supporting each other well, you have to say. And they've really stemmed that pressure from the bowlers of the North team. A really shaky start for the men in green, that's South.
Yeah, Jason Mohammed, since going in there, has brought a sense of calm to proceedings.
What's the time for lunch? I go one for lunch, boys. One for lunch, boys.
Django himself is interested in the lunch van.
One for lunch, boys.
It might get in 2 overs again. Quick single taken. Mohammed showing that he's still fit as a fiddle.
Quickly through for that single, and that has been one of the highlights of this partnership thus far, how well they have run between the wickets. Both Mohammed and Cephas Cooper seems to understand each other well. I want to speak about understanding, both men understanding their roles as well in the partnership.
Just leaving that one alone.
Yo, that song. Looks.
Cutting. Bit close, but he's able to get it away.
Good hands there from Sion Hackett at backward point.
Keep going, Kyrie. Not a bad session still, lads. Come on, one more here. One more gonna be a good, very good pass. Go, Kyrie.
Definitely, it seems as if Cooper's closed shop for lunch.
Yes, certainly. And he would know that just about 1 over to go after this, maybe for that lunch on interval. Won't want to throw his hand away. And that start away.
So he's back, cuts away, fine shot. That's into the boundary for 4. Hackett just couldn't stop it. That's 49 now. Let's have a look at this shot.
Too short, too wide from Paye at pace as well. And put away nicely by Cephas Cooper. Just speaking about him throwing his hand away. Paye just inviting him and certainly throwing his hand at that. And despite wanting to, you know, play carefully before that lunch and interval, when you get a delivery like that, you certainly want to put it away.
Oh, that's a good delivery. Keeping him under pressure, going right back on spot. It's the end of the over. And I think we should get one more over in at least. And it's 91 for the loss of 2. So they've come nicely back into the contest.
Yeah, they've really boiled back down this first session. Even Stevens for both teams. We saw Filton Williams and Hackett really starting well this morning for the men in blue. That's not. And it proved to bear fruit. Williams picking up that wicket. And after that, Carrie Paye coming into the attack, putting in some pressure early on Keon Utley, who was looking to be a bit over-ambitious. And he was dismissed. But now we see that fight back from both Cooper and Mohammed. And looks to be the skipper, Vikash Mohan, is going to be bowling that final over before the lunch break.
Well, still no Karen Bokas. One would have thought that skipper Mohan would have brought on Camilo Karen Bokas for the final rites just before lunch. But that's not to be, Vishal.
Yeah, definitely so. You just have to settle under the helmet. Short leg.
Did spend an extended time in England, Karen Bokas. He's just waiting under the helmet there for anything. Mohan is a decent bowler. He's more than a part-time bowler. So I can understand the captain just taking an over before the lunch break. But you look at the square outside there, it reminds you of one of those squares in India where everything is the same color. It's parched. That's swept away by Mohammed.
Just walking down to the other end for the single. Well, Cooper has an opportunity now to get his half century, knock that one out of the door before the luncheon interval.
So he has to be careful. They're putting some pressure on him. There's a full slip, there's a forward short leg in Karen Bokas, keeping vigil and waiting for anything that will come his way. Oh, that's a good delivery. And he gets his half century. 50 to Cephas Cooper. Well played innings by former Naprima College player. 50 of 65 balls.
Yeah, brilliant hand
6
here.
fours and a 6.
Yeah, it came at pace as well. A good pace, 50 of 65 deliveries. Started off very slowly. At one point in time, he was just a lone single of 16 deliveries. And, you know, 50 coming off 65 deliveries. Excellent knock from him. And this goes to show the work he has put in and how well that has benefited him. And the temperament that he has shown as well throughout this innings has borne fruit.
Just a delivery to go to lunch. Negotiated well there by Jason Mohammed. That's lunch. So on lunch, at lunch on day 1 of the North-South Classic, South winning the toss and batting first. They are 93 for 2. Jason Mohammed is on 21 not out. Cephas Cooper is on 50 not out. 7 fours and a 6 in that half century. The two men dismissed this morning. Keon Utley, well, first up was Kamil Puran for 7, followed by Keon Utley for 12. After a final word from Visham Rahman, we will take a short break for lunch.
Yes, it's even Stevens at the National Cricket Centre at the moment. A good hand by Cephas Cooper takes out to 93 for 2. But we saw a good bowling effort as well from Carrie Pear, Philipton Williams, and also Sion Hackett for the men in blue. That's the North team. So when we return from the luncheon interval, we'll see how the game continues. And yeah, that's it from the National Cricket Centre until after the luncheon interval.
Yes, good afternoon and welcome back to the National Cricket Centre here in Balmain, Vancouver, as we're back for the second session of play after lunch here in this North-South Classic Senior Version edition, I should say, uh, where we have at the moment South 93 for 2. Members start this morning. The South captain Imran Khan won the toss and elected to bat first. And they started off positively with Kamel Puran, but he didn't last long. He went caught Django Bull, Filton Williams for 7. And Otley came on. He showed his class a bit, for a little bit really. And then he was stumped Django Bull, Carripier in that 1 over spell he had. And at the moment, Cephas Cooper opened the bat and he's 15 not out. An excellent knock so far from the young man. And a lot has been expected of him, and he has proven it. He has proven it so far in terms of his batting prowess, the shots he played, the temperament he showed out there, and batting together with him as senior partner Jason Mohammed on 21 from 35 deliveries, showing his class here in this innings and in this match. As I say good afternoon to Liam Mamcha.
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. This is going to be an interesting session after lunch, as we see. Looks like Carripier is going to continue. Just on 1 over from Vikash Mohan before lunch as well. So I think what's going to be important for South is rebuilding and resettling into the crease. And just came back from a lunch break, and we know that breaks in cricket always bring wickets. So it's just about getting settled once more, refocusing, and then picking up where you left off. But the Cooper 50 of 65, these look really, really good. And Jason Mohammed 21 of 35, he's been a good support cast for Cooper. So it'll be interesting to see how they go after this lunch break.
Yeah, definitely. It's gonna, as you rightly said, they have to start over here. It's yes, they're continuing the inning, but it's a break, as you say, and generally the batters tend to switch off a bit. So you have to switch back on and get accustomed to the conditions and the situation over there, and then you go again. So it will be a bit of challenge, and they have to face Carripier, who bowled really well thus far. 1 for 14 in his 4 overs, and it's Cooper. He's off and running here in the second session of play. It's 94 now for 2. So, judging given that first session of play, Liam, let me tap into your brain here a bit. Who would you say had the better of the first session?
I think after the first probably 15 overs or so, I think North would have felt like they had the edge. But with the way that Cooper and Mohammed approached their innings going towards lunch, I thought it was excellent. And that just kind of maybe levels it out a bit. I don't think anyone would feel like they're on top of the game at this point. I think it's pretty even. North would be happy with the 2 wickets, but I think South would also be pretty happy with getting to 93, scoring in and around that 4 runs and over. So I think both teams will be pretty happy with where they're at this point.
And this one is worked away into the onside by Jason Mohammed, and he picks up another single. And he has been doing that really well in this innings thus far, his short innings at the crease. He has been able to rotate the strike when necessary. The bad ball, he's able to put it away for boundaries. So he has been really good. And as you said before, a good foil for Cooper, who has been not aggressive, but he has been very positive in playing very good shots and playing cricketing shots to ball that was there to be hit, as the case may be. So it's really excellent from this pair, and they really need to go on here. They need to get a big one. This partnership they need to cash in, especially Cooper. He has a start. He's on 51, sorry. He needs to cash in. He needs to get a big one here. And we know Jason Mohammed's going to be there with him. But Carripier is important here for this team.
Yeah, I think Carey needs to tap into his experience to try to pick up a wicket here with these 2 set batsmen. Cooper's really looked good. He's looked risk-free this innings. Just that maybe one shot that was a bit out of control, that top edge that
Yeah.
went over Leonardo Julian at fine leg, that went for 6. But other than that, he's been in complete control, a really nicely paced innings, and he's known when to turn the tempo up a bit and slow down right before lunch. It's really good. And what's going to be important again for South is that this partnership is they can set the game up really nicely on this first day for them. They don't want to get bowled out today whatsoever. They want to get a big score, and this partnership is going to be really important.
Yeah, they would have memories of what happened last year, where they were bundled out cheaply with Jed Gooley, the only batter to really get into 50. And they wouldn't want to repeat that. The second innings, they were bundled out cheap as well. And they wouldn't want that to happen again this time around. And this pair, as you rightly said, would have a lot to do it. There's a lot of batting to come with the likes of Jed Gooley, Daniel Williams. So still a lot of batting. Joe Kim, who's in very good form actually at the moment. Phillips. Imran Khan to Brian Charles. These guys are very capable. So there's still a lot of batting to come for the South team. But if this pair, as I say, once you get set, you have to take advantage. You have to take advantage of that and try to get a big score. And this is exactly what Cooper has done thus far, and he needs to continue. And it seems that Jason Mohammed is set. He wants to be there for the long haul. He wants to have a big innings. And if the two of them could continue, then it would be really good. As we see Sion Hackett with the same shoes on this time.
Yeah, Sion's back into the attack. 5 overs, none for 13. And this is a ploy that I usually see teams take up after lunch or after any break in play. Get a fast bowler back on, just to rush on to the batsman who may just be feeling a bit lazy after a meal at lunch or even tea. So Hackett is in. He's gonna be bowling to Jason Mohammed, who's 22 of 36. His partnership really has been good so far, and Hackett is he has the ability to pick up wickets at any point in time, and I think Captain Vikash Mohan has turned to him for that reason.
I thought, this is a very good run in there. Just pushed it just dropped it pretty much into that leg side, and the fielder at mid-wicket was a bit slow to react, and they picked up an easy single. I thought Fulton Williams would have started the attack from the northern end. He bowled really well in his first spell, and even his second spell as well, with that 1 over break with Carey Paye. And so I thought probably they would have given him an over 2 just to see what happens, just to change things a bit with the batters, because they seemed comfortable with the spinner in the last few overs there before the lunch break. So maybe just to change things up a bit, bring back Fulton Williams and yes, Hackett, just to see how they would react.
I think maybe it's a way to just give guys a good opportunity, get a good sniff out there, get a good spell under their belts. Fulton would have bowled 6 or 7 overs, so Hackett just bowling 5. Probably want to get him in for 2 or 3 overs, then maybe rotate Fulton back on the other end. It's about keeping your bowlers fresh. Fulton bowled a toiling spell at that first session. Sun is pretty hot out here as well, so
yeah, it is.
Maybe it's just about keeping all your bowlers fresh. Fulton has a big job on his hands if the second new ball is to come into play as well.
Yeah, that's an excellent point as well. And the way these two batters have settled themselves, you think you're going to be out there for a long time. So you have to, rotate your bowlers properly to ensure that they get a good break so they could come back and give you a spell. And you don't want them, you want them to give you probably a 5-6 overs max, of good bowling. Give me all you can for that 5-6 overs, in the right areas. That's all I want you to do. And then you can get a little break and then a next over. And if you rotate your bowlers, obviously if a bowler is bowling well, you may keep him on for a lot more. This one is down the leg side, a bit of an appeal from behind the wicket, from the slip fielder and the keeper, but nothing doing from the umpire. Yeah, so I think yeah, you're right in the sense that you need to rotate your bowlers properly, especially in this 4-day format. And you played for the under 19 in the Premiership 3 days, so you would know about rotation of the bowlers, bowling spells. From your experience, how much overspell would your captain, that's Rajiv, would have given you all?
Well, I think it depends on different coaches, different plans. So I think going into St. Vincent, a plan for our bowlers was to keep ourselves fresh. Everybody bowl, your fast bowlers especially, you rotate them in quick bursts. So 4 over spells, you just give it your all for 4 overs, and you rotate within your 3 or 4 fast bowlers, how much ever we're playing at the point in time. And I think a lot of the times you want to keep a fast bowler on one end, spin on the other end until, depending on what the wicket is doing, you might have 2 spinners operate as well. So it's just understanding conditions is really important. Understanding batsmen's preferences as well. Some batsmen may be a lot more comfortable with the spin. You want to get a piece, so I want to just try to break that concentration a bit, and also the state of the ball. If the ball is reversed and you want to get your fast bowlers on.
Yeah,
so there's a lot of different things that you need to take into consideration, and bowling in our regional tournament was not an issue for us. We were bowling down teams quite easily. It's just
putting the blame on the batters, aren't you? Look at you. No, all things aside, that's some excellent point you made there. A lot of things have to be taken into consideration in choosing your bowlers, how much you want them to bowl, which spinners to bowl, and all that. Then it could show in another part of the equation, in the sense that if you have a spin bowler is bowling well, you rotate your fast bowlers on the other end. So it's a lot of things to take into consideration, but don't worry. I don't think your teammates, your batters, they wouldn't say anything about that. I don't think they would, mind too much. But don't throw them under the bus next time, please. Yeah. So back to the conditions here. You could see that's Leonardo Julian is doing some stretching. Is he gonna come on?
I hope not.
Well, he's doing some stretching there. Maybe
Carry Pear to continue, thankfully.
Yeah, it's Carry Pear doing a good job, holding job. So he would be one to really do the holding job for the team. So he might bowl probably 10 over spell. If he gets a wicket or 2, it's really good. But you'd want him to, this one is cut away, but straight to the fielder. Looking for a single, but it's not there. So he would be the one to just bowl, hold that one end and rotate your fast bowlers from the other end, the southern end.
Yeah, it seems to be the plan at this point in time. And you're right, Carey is known for his containment more than being a real wicket taker. And usually in most forms of cricket, you see once you get those maiden overs building up, two or three maybe, and get the bowler on the other end picking up a lot of wickets. So Carey's bowling really well. He's not giving anything away to Jason Mohammed.
Yeah, and then Jason Mohammed on the other end, he's not going to be too overly aggressive. He's going to buy this time. He know he has to bat long, so it's going to be a good contest between Jason Mohammed and Carey Pear. Let's see who's going to waver the moves this time. Oh, just over the top of the fielder at backward point. Looks like Andrew Ambaran at that position. Is it? Yeah?
It is, yeah.
He's a very good fielder, but it was caught just over him. It just flew over him. Made a valiant effort, but again, it's a opportunity gone at the end of 26 overs. It's 102 for 2. We take a short break. Welcome back to the National Cricket Centre in Balmain. The North-South Classic in progress here. North is up against it at the moment. Searching for a breakthrough here is Sion Hackett from the southern end. This partnership is really looking to take things away. 102 for 2 at the moment. And Vikash Mohan, the captain, he would have a lot to think about here in trying to formulate a plan to try and break this partnership at the moment.
Yeah, and once again, you know, after lunch, you want to be consistent. You want to start working your plans. Don't give anything away freely. And Hackett, not a bad first over. He's going to want to continue on that note here.
Yes, continue. Southern end again, solid as Cephas Cooper. Looks really good, and he said it before. He plays the ball on merit. If it's full, he looks to go forward, push it into the covers, look to rotate the strike. If it's there to hit, he will go after it. Solid on the back foot with the short delivery. Loves the pull shot. Played it very well thus far. So he looks really good. He looks the part, and you know you would want him to really continue here and get a big one. This one driving a bit loosely there. That one seemed to just nip away from the right-handed Cooper, but he dropped the bottom hand and was able to just guide it to that cover fielder.
Yeah, it's been decent from Cooper. He's been in complete control. That one, even though it was a bit uppish, knew exactly what he was doing. He moves on to 51 of 78 deliveries now. But good consistent lines, not nagging the line and length from Hackett, you know, that feel that he has. Slip on a gully still in play, which is good to see.
Yeah, you have to give Vikash Mohan credit here. He has kept attacking fielders for his bowlers. He kept them in play. He has catchers always close to the bat. So he give them what is required, give them that offside feel. He also has the protection on the leg side in case of the bad deliveries. So he has kept them, give them the feel that is required to pick up wickets. But it's for the bowlers now to put the ball consistently in those areas and be able to get the wicket.
The wicket has flattened out nicely after that bit of early morning moisture that, you know, saw the end of Kamal Puran, unfortunately, and Keon Utley. But these two have been, you know, they've done the hard work, and now it's just pretty flat with wickets, not doing anything you wouldn't expect it to do, and it makes it a lot easier for the likes of Cooper and Jason Mohammed. Both power gen boys, a lot of power gen boys in this South team. Narad Kalkisundat, Damian Joachim, Sharon Lewis, Justin Manick, Daniel Williams, Jason Mohammed, Cephas Cooper. A lot of boys from that power gen team. That's a pretty successful power gen team last season. They lost in the final of the T20s.
Yeah.
They had a decent showing in the league as well. Cephas Cooper was a main part of that.
That's why he's here, showing what he's capable of on the slightly bigger stage. Yeah. So he's really doing well, but it's what is required now from the North team. They need to do something, or no ball signaled by the umpire, so overstepping it. And the thing is, that no ball shows two things. It shows that Sion Hackett is trying. He's trying his best, striving to see if he can get a wicket for his team. One. And two is that probably he needs to check his run a bit. Probably needs to take a step back just to ensure that he don't overstep. Because if you overstep in this format and you get a wicket, well, it's all gone. So you have to be very careful. He can't afford to overstep here. So he just has to be wary of that. But I like the attitude of the young man here. He's trying his best for his captain, trying to get a wicket here.
And he comes again from the southern end. This one short and wide, cuts away with Rambaran doing the fielding at extra cover, and they're just going to get one. So at the end of E27 now 105 for 2. And South sitting pretty here. Not really looking like they're under any sort of danger.
No, I think they would feel pretty comfortable at this position, and the batters now they would want these two to carry on, because you could see that a new batter has to get himself in. It's not an easy wicket, as so you could say you could go from ball one and get set. So you have to give yourself some time to get in and get going. And we saw this pair, two of them, both Mohammed and Cooper, doing that. So if a wicket falls, the new batter comes in, would definitely have to do some rebuilding, start over. So it will take some time for them to get fluent again, to score runs consistently. So it is very important that this pair stick it out there. And the new batters in the dugout, they would be hoping that they would, so they won't have to come out and get going once more. But Kari Pierre, a lot would depend on Kari Pierre here to see if he can pry a wicket for his captain.
That partnership now moving on to 78 with that single, in fact. A really, really good recovery partnership from these two. Jason Mohammed showing his class. He's been around for quite some time now, and has got a bulk of runs in first-class cricket for Trinidad and Tobago. Cephas Cooper looking to get back into the team after making his debut just about 4 years ago. Scored a lot of runs in that last domestic season locally with Cephas Cooper. Kari Pierre just continuing to nag on that off-stop line to both of these batsmen, not giving away any free runs.
Yeah, so Vikash Mohan, he has to do something here. So these two, he could give them probably about 3-4 overs to see what they can do. But if in the next, let's say, 15 minutes or so, nothing really happens, he has to do something. He has to change something, whether it be put in some strange field placing, or bringing some bowler, probably try Raja to do something different to try and get a wicket, get the batters to do something different, play a rush shot. Who knows? But he has to do something. He can't just allow this to meander on, so because as if he just allows it to go on, the batters are going to get set. Jason Mohammed, well, if he gets set, he's going to be there for a big one. And Cooper, he will just continue to just bat and score runs, and it's going to get very dangerous or very bad for the North team. So something has to be done. He has to do something. And he has enough senior players around him. They could probably have a chat and say, okay, maybe we need to change the field. Let's try this bowler, see what will happen. But he needs to change up. If it is, give some part-time bowler over or two, just to see what will happen.
Yeah, I think that's not a bad option, but Hackett and Kari Pierre both have bowled pretty consistently after lunch, and I think give them a couple of more overs to work their plans, and if it doesn't work as you rightfully said, make a change. There's a lot of options out there. There's Raja hasn't bowled yet, Rambaran hasn't bowled a long spell. There's obviously
Vikash Mohan himself.
Vikash Mohan, the skipper, just bowled one over. There's options. Tion Webster bowled just about 5 or 6, so he's also an option. Need to try some. Don't want this partnership getting too out of hand, as
Correct.
Now it's moved on to 79 runs.
Yeah, he has to be very careful here. And you could see, judging from the reaction of the players throughout there, you could see they're pretty much flat-footed. They're just waiting for something to happen. They're not making something happen, trying. So there you could see a little change. We have a fielder at short mid-wicket. So that is good. But a bit too straight there from Hackett, and it's worked nicely behind square for an easy single. But that is good. He has a feeler, short mid wicket and short cover. So he's trying something. That is good. That is good to see. You want to see that happening, not just just sitting back and let the game meander on and hope that the batters make a mistake. So this is good. This is what you want to see. And the thing about it, not bringing up anything, but you have to give credit where credit is due. That's why Darren Bravo is so good. He makes things happen.
He's very proactive as a captain.
Correct.
Seen now Vikash Mohan putting in a short mid wicket and one just behind him. So that's another interesting field, and it's about being proactive. Vikash Mohan has shown shades of being fit in that role. It's good to you've seen Darren Bravo and Imran Khan, those likes captain the 40 team for quite some time now.
Yeah.
But these guys, Imran Khan is getting a lot older now. He's probably within his last couple seasons maybe. Jason Mohammed as well, another senior player. They're not getting any younger. So it's good to have a look at the likes of Vikash Mohan, Django, these guys, these young upcoming guys, to looking at them to captain your team within the next couple of seasons. So it's good. And Hackett working to his plan well. Karen Bukas looking to effect that run out, but not there.
Yeah, this is good. So you can see a definite change. So they have decided they're going to work that leg stump line for Cooper. Right? And they have set the field accordingly. There's a fielder just in front of square, one just behind square, short mid wicket and mid on. So this is good. Right? Finally, they're doing something, making something happen. And it almost brought a wicket. It could have been a run out just now. Right? So this is good. This is what you want to see. Not just letting things happen. So this is good. This is great for the game. And, it poses now a different challenge for the batters. How are you going to adapt to this challenge? So this is change. But the same field for Jason Mohammed. So it's definitely going to be the same line of attack.
You can't get too full either. That one, a bad part maybe in there could have caused an issue. But this is good from Hackett bowling well to his plans. You can't get too full with this field. It's pretty much easy pickings. You need to be a bit shorter, maybe up into the rib cage with the occasional good leg delivery.
Yeah, because anytime he pitches up on that line, Jason Mohammed is going to drive him straight down the ground. So he has to be a bit shorter, but you have to give him credit. He's bowling really good to this field setting here. And this is excellent from the North team.
This one just outside the off stump and into that vacant third man region backward point more. And it runs into the boundary for 4. And with the field that you have, you can't bowl there. Jason Mohammed's going to have a field day with that.
It's a poor delivery. After all that talking him up, he bowls a poor delivery outside the off stump. There's no one there. If it was pitched up on the off stump, it's fine. You have that cover fielder to, or the mid off to really compensate. But you can't be bowling that sort of line and length outside the off stump when you have a pretty much dominant leg side field. So let's see how is he gonna react. Is he gonna go back? What is he gonna do? Back to his leg stump attack? No, again outside the off stump and worked away in the same region. Is it gonna be the same result? No. This time he just pretty much guided it. It was a bit short and guided it out backward a point. And he picks up 2 more at the end of the 29th over. It's 116 for 2 as we take a little break. Right, yes, welcome back to National Cricket Center in Balmain. We're in a very good game on hand here. Carey Pair, he's going to continue the attack from the northern end. We saw a bit of field change, a different line of attack in the previous over. But it's pretty much the same here for Carey Pair, but he's bowling really well. You have to give him credit. He has really kept the runs down in his 7th over, just 1 for 24. And as we said before, Liam, he's going to be the one to just bowl, tie up one end, keep things tight, get a wicket or two if possible, and, you know, change things on the other end. This time it's driven straight to the fielder, that's a captain, at cover. So Bikash Mohan is really getting into it now. You can see things changing. He's trying something. Just a chip down the wicket, a chance for a run out. No. Just missed the stumps there. Good effort from the fielder. Just trying to see who's the fielder. Filton Williams there. And, well, he was safely inside there. It was Cooper. An excellent judge run. And that is good to see too. Just shaking things up a bit there. Pushing the ball into the offside and picking up an easy single.
Cooper is really, really quick between the wickets.
Yeah, you can see that he was safely in. It was a good piece of fielding there from Pilton Williams and a good throw back. But Cooper was very quick and he was in. It's
nicely played from Jason Mohammed. Just getting on that back foot and playing it late. Rambaran gives chase at backward point and they're going to come back easily for 2 in the end. But really, good use of the crease of Jason Mohammed there. Partnership moves on to 91 now.
Excellent partnership between this pair, and they would want to, as I say, continue bat as long as possible. Giving
himself room again, but Rambaran does the fielding on point. Makes the most of that one, is Andrew Rambaran.
At the end of the 30th over, it's 119 for 2, and we have a double change.
Well, thank you very much to Ronnie and Liam for that excellent stint. As we see Vikash Mohan coming back into the attack after 1 over that he bowled before the luncheon interval. As I welcome into the commentary box alongside me Mr. Dylan Sharma for his first commentary stint. Dylan, good afternoon and welcome.
Good afternoon, Visham and everyone else on.
Yeah, definitely a good start thus far to the North-South Classic match. Mohan on the money straight away. And good fight back from South batsman Dylan.
Been a very solid partnership between Jason Mohammed and Cephas Cooper. You would expect that from the vastly experienced Jason Mohammed. And Cephas Cooper has been around for a few years now.
Yeah, definitely. So, Tion Webster on the field. Just removing one of the pieces of gear. A shorter delivery there from Vikash Mohan. And yeah, definitely Cephas Cooper, he has really come a long way over the years. He has shown great talent. And it's really good to see him on the big stage. Here, doing well, looking to print that name on the sheets of the selectors. This one played down to long on for a single. And you can't. It's a wonderful partnership, yes, Dylan. And when you look at this partnership, it's a partnership in which both batsmen understood their roles and what each of them needed to do. Because when the wicket of Otley fell, and Jason Mohammed came in to bat, being a senior statesman himself, you know, meeting a youngster like Cephas Cooper out there who was doing the bulk of the run scoring, you know, he understood his role and he played a good supporting hand. So taking the outside edge and running past Karim Bokas. Mohammed's heart would have been in his mouth there as they complete 2 Dylan. So what a good partnership it was, because it really highlighted how both batsmen understood their roles.
Definitely highlighted it, and just as you saw there, they took 2 runs there. Some good running between the wickets, showing this partnership as well.
Yeah, certainly, and it's good to see the skipper Mohan looking to try something different here now. You know, not really need that breakthrough. It's really a situation where if they pick up a wicket, you know, as they say, you know, 1 brings 2, so you never know what can happen. It's good bowling from the skipper, Vikash Mohan.
Yeah, just only into his 2nd over here, so still settling in on his line and length that he would want to be on.
You can see Jason Mohammed just
Doing
getting
some running repairs.
yeah, the shoelaces is getting untied maybe. A big man slip. Just doing that for him. It's a good sportsmanship being shown. Brilliant bowling from Mohan to close the over at the end of 31 overs, 1-2-2 for the loss of 2. Dylan, what do you make of, you know, play thus far this morning into the 2nd session, as we see the head coach of the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, Mr. David Furlong, making his rounds around the ground at the National Cricket Centre, keeping a keen eye on proceedings?
Yes, he would definitely want to keep a keen eye here to get any intel for when the full squads are being selected.
Yeah.
One thing I did notice actually this morning was only 23 overs in the 1st session, not the greatest over rate.
Yeah, definitely.
And of course, when you're making that move into the 4-day competition that would be coming up, as well as any international cricket, you would want to be on top of your over rate, because there are penalties for that now in the World Test Championship.
Yeah, certainly. And you're seeing, you know, timers being introduced for the completion of innings and overs, as the case may be. We saw in the Big Bash there was some controversy with the Hobart Hurricanes against the Melbourne Renegades. As you speak about that after this delivery. Good delivery from Kari. Yeah, he's been good. Yeah, we saw some controversy there where, you know, it seemed as though Hobart Hurricanes were not able to complete their 20 overs under the timer, and they were forced to bring in one of the fielders that they were initially allowed outside the inner ring.
Yes, even up to yesterday in the match on Brisbane Heat against Perth Scorchers, they were definitely looking at the timer keenly throughout both innings.
Yeah, so that's an excellent point that you brought up in terms of the over rate, you know, and captain should ensure that the team moves around quickly.
Definitely want to instill that from a young age.
Yeah, and also again another great point is that, you know, moving into that 4-day tournament, you want to show that character in this North-South Classic, because this is of course for a crowd catch there maybe. Cephas Cooper playing that one nicely back to the bowler. But yeah, you want to show that character, you know, and show the selectors, hey, you know, we got what it takes to move on to that next level. That's the regional cricket. And if we are to move on to regional cricket, we had to set the standard and example from this level immediately.
Definitely, you want to set that standard immediately.
Yeah, certainly, Dylan, as 32 overs have been completed. It's 122 for the loss of 2, and it looks as though we're going to see the first water break after the luncheon interval. We'll take a short break, and we'll be right back with more live action. So welcome back after the first drinks break, after that luncheon interval, as we see the players and the umpires making their way back out to the middle. 360 TV and Cricket 360 broadcasting this game live. Of course, the chief sponsors of this North-South Classic. Dylan is back with me. Dylan, no real big amount of fans turning up. Of course, there's extreme heat. It's about 32 degrees Celsius in Trinidad and Tobago at the moment. But good thing is, you can look at the game from the comfort of your homes, wherever you may be, on your smartphone, on any smart device, Dylan.
Yes, on both YouTube and Facebook.
Yeah, courtesy 360 TV and Cricket 360. And the players as well. Definitely when they hear that the games are being streamed, their motivation levels are risen. And Mohan is back, the skipper of North. This is going to be a single. So, not a good delivery by any means there from Mohan, but well played. And it's good to see that that short leg is in place, Dylan, that extra added pressure on the batsmen, the slip fielders well close in.
Always like to see the close end fielders when spin is in play. Even sometimes when you see pace being bowled, the short leg is not a bad option.
Yeah, certainly. And especially with a pitch like this that, you know, had a bit of moisture earlier on. It's drying out now with that extreme heat that we were speaking about. Ball is going to grip a bit. It's going to turn just a bit. It's good to see. There's that odd delivery that may just pop on the batsman. You know, the batsmen as well need to be wary and need to play with soft hands.
We definitely saw quite a bit of turn in the previous under 23 competition that occurred at this ground.
There's good urgency there from Cooper and Mohammed. And Cooper was interested in the second run, but Mohammed was way past that. 124 for 2, Dylan. I was asking you earlier, you know, what do you make of proceedings thus far in terms of, you know, where the South team is at, you know, how North would have started this morning? What would you make of today's proceedings?
Well, North started off with a blazing. They definitely started off quite well, and you know, they would not be too keen on what they saw thereafter. 2 early wickets. You even saw the matchup of Carey Pair getting out Keon Otley.
Yeah.
You don't usually see left-arm spinners being bowled often to left-hand batsmen, but he was on quite early.
Yeah, definitely. And that's the lone over. Otley would have been kicking himself when he got back into the dugout, because he would have seen Carey Pair just bowling that solitary over and picking up his wicket. And it was a poor shot as well. And here's Mohan to Mohammed. Mohammed approaching a half century, what would be a very welcomed half century, as 33 overs have been bowled. It's 124 for 2. Looking at the scorecard thus far, Cooper and Mohammed really at the top there in terms of runs. 59 to Cooper and 42 to Mohammed. Puran and Otley really going cheaply, and definitely seeing how well these two are batting. If you were either Kamil Puran or Keon Otley in the sheds, Dylan, you would really be gutted.
Definitely, they would have wanted to be a bit more careful with that early moisture that would have been present this morning.
Yeah, certainly. And there you can see a couple of the players. Joshua James, we just saw, Tobagonian cricketer, is bowling. So just getting a net in, getting some practice in here. These guys, of course, it's the National Cricket Centre, it's the hub of Trinidad and Tobago cricket. It's nestled in Balmain, Couva. Pace back.
Joshua James, the former Talawa.
Yeah, definitely he would have participated in this Caribbean Premier League for the Jamaica Talawas. Again, one of the youngsters who are getting the exposure and reaping the rewards of their hard work. And Pay again So mixing up the pace here, Carrie Pair, and also the line and lengths, and how vital that can be, Dylan.
I think pace variation is a very key aspect when it comes to bowl and spin. You think about someone like a Mitchell Santner and how effective he is when he's mixing up that pace.
Yes, certainly. And, oh, that's a beautiful delivery again, and you can hear Amir Django.
He certainly liked it.
Yeah. Coming through the stump mics there, the wicketkeeper Amir Django. This time a bit shorter, but the key here for Carrie Payne, what he's doing well, is that he's just keeping those deliveries on about the middle and off stump, not giving Mohammed any room to work with.
Yeah, and he's bowling well to his field. 5 fielders on the offside, 3 of them close in.
As the 34 over comes to an end, it's 124 for 2. And South, of course, winning the toss and electing to bat first. Vikash Mohan operating in his 4th over now, and some would consider Mohan a part-time spinner, but tell you what, Vikash Mohan can really do a good job with the ball in hand. He's a very capable all-rounder, and he would have gotten picked on the Red Force team in the last 4-day tournament. Again, another player who would have played a lot of cricket on the local circuit, Dylan, and again reaping that reward of their hard work throughout the years. So it's good to see, and it's good to see the Trinidad and Tobago Cricket Board providing this platform for players to, you know, showcase their wares. The best players from North, the best players from South, showcasing their talents and making it count.
It's been very tight so far.
Yeah,
considering a run there, but none taken.
Yeah,
good decision in the end.
I must say the fielding of North though was very good this morning as well. Coming into this afternoon, no
Definitely.
real blemish in the field.
Couldn't really think of any real blemish, as you just said. Nothing that stood out.
Yeah, so it's been good. It's been good work from both teams. It's good cricket on show. And this is what you want to see, Dylan, when you have a North-South classic, or a best from North taking on the best from South, in order to pick a national team.
Oh, lovely shot, but not enough on it. Can he complete the relay catch? He does.
Yeah, good catch in the end. It seems so. Here's that catch again. Cooper looking to loft this one over the long on fielder's head. Webster in. He's still in. Back foot very close to the fence. And it seems as though he has touched. He's touched that boundary rope. And Cooper, I think, is safe. Cooper is safe. That back foot touching the boundary rope. Yeah, the feet touching the boundary rope. And I think the message would be sent out now. So as you can clearly see there, Dylan, that back foot touching the boundary rope with the ball in hand before it was released. Here's a look at it again. Cooper looking to go big. And there it is, that left foot there on the rope before the ball was released from that right hand. And Cooper would certainly live to fight another day.
It's a game of very fine margins. It's just a few milliseconds too late to release that ball.
So there's still some
Wow.
controversy, and what
It
a
was signaled 6, but he would have taken the catch initially inside the boundary line.
yeah, definitely he would have, but with that feet touching the boundary rope before it was released back into the field of play to be returned for a catch,
Oh, yes.
definitely it would be a 6. I'm not sure what is the controversy out there in the middle, but Cooper certainly is safe from what we've seen on the replay, and I think Jason could give us another look at that shortly.
They are definitely not all on the same page out there.
Yeah, so Vikash Mohan would have thought that, he would have had the big wicket of Cephas Cooper. Hence, he's a bit disgusted at the moment. But in the end, Dylan, fair play prevails. And, it is safe to say that Cooper will live to fight another day on the cricket pitch, because definitely that was a 6
Well, at the end of the day, you just want the right decision to be
to
made
be
out
made.
there.
Yeah, exactly. So looking at the innings thus far, South, after winning the toss this morning, Imran Khan, their skipper, winning the toss, electing to bat first. And what was a track that had some moisture early on, 131 for 2. And there was that catch again. But of course, it was all in a false attempt. But you can't fault Tion Webster. It was a brilliant effort. Just, to have that wherewithal, Dylan, to take the catch, relay that ball into the field of play and get back into the field of play. Unknowingly, his back foot touched the rope. Here's Kari Pay with the 36th over. And good cricket continues.
It's never an easy sort of catch to take. Many players make it look easy on the international stage, but it takes a lot of hard work and practice.
Yeah, definitely. And Webster and these guys would have played the Caribbean Premier League. They would have played franchise cricket. And they are vastly experienced when it comes to those sort of fielding efforts. And it's good to see them bringing it out here onto the field of play. 2 easy runs completed for Cephas Cooper. So he continues. And if you're a Cephas Cooper, Dylan, you won't want to give up this start that you've gotten.
No, and now getting that chance, getting the luck given to him there, he would want to carry on and make this a big score.
Dylan, I really won't say it's luck. But yes, you can see that because of the fact that it could have been an easy catch had Webster didn't go back onto the rope. Driving sweetly. A bit too heavy with the hands there of Cooper. Travel quickly to the fielder. I think we must commend the ground staff as well, Dylan, for the excellent work on the surface on the outfield. It's a lush green outfield as per normal here at the National Cricket Centre.
The outfielders look very good today. There hasn't been too much rain about, so it's made for some really good play today.
Yeah, and the dry season have certainly started in the Caribbean, in Trinidad and Tobago. And of course, cricket season have well and truly gotten underway. Local cricket will resume shortly. That completes the over. As we know, spinners getting through their overs quickly. Kari Pay completes another. 6 bowlers being used by the North team. Hackett, Williams, Pay, Webster, Rambaran and Mohan. And here's a look at that catch again, Dylan. Just thumped over mid-wicket, mid-on, into the hands of Webster. It was in, but look at where he took that catch. It was in, that left foot just going back on the rope before he released the ball. And rightfully so, Cephas Cooper lives on. But a good effort from Webster. And Mohammed approaching his half centuries on 44.
Nicely timed down to point. Won't get to the boundary. And 2 runs.
Yeah, 2 runs.
Again, great running shown by these two throughout the morning and afternoon so far.
Yeah, so Mohammed continues his good work. He's on 46 of 65. The partnership already way past 100 runs. And this is a partnership that was really warranted by the South team after losing those 2 wickets very early. And it's one of great recovery of the innings. Driven nicely. But Raja is at mid-off.
Your team would definitely be starting to get concerned at this point. They would want another breakthrough or 2 before the end of this session.
Yeah, well, at the moment, the South team definitely not under any pressure at all. So, North really needs to find a way to make that breakthrough. And Mohan certainly would need to try something different here in an effort to do so.
They've kept that short leg fielder in for a while. Wonder if they might consider moving him to the offside.
This time he's looking to sweep, and that short leg fielder could have been in danger there had he connected with that one. Camilo Karimbukas.
He's definitely not a position that most fielders love to go to.
Do you like fielding there, Dylan?
I haven't quite yet. Hope you don't put me there when you're captain.
Well, we'll have to wait and see. This one that's defended into the hands of Karim Bukas, who is someone who'll be looking to make his name with the bat later on. As it was said earlier, he spent a lot of time in England playing cricket. This one passed his right hand, and they'll have to settle for a single to complete the over. Mohammed moves on to 47. Cephas Cooper is on 67. At the end of 37 is 137 for 2. A lot of sevens on the board, Dylan. But what a wonderful partnership this has been. 109 of 164. It has really elevated the innings of the South team and really given them that confidence and motivation to move forward. It sets a platform.
Great platform set for their innings. They'd certainly be looking to bat through the rest of today and piece of tomorrow as well. Now, while the spin bowling has been very accurate, it hasn't really been turning all that much.
Yeah.
Nothing vicious to really think about.
Well, maybe, Dylan, with this extreme heat that we are seeing over the course of the next 3 days, you know, maybe, just maybe with the pitch drying out and cracking up a bit, we could see some more assistance for the spinners.
Yes, every now and then when the breeze blows, you do see a bit of dust going across.
Lots of dust on the square. And as it was mentioned earlier by Mr. Vinod Mamchan, you know, it's really mirrors a square on those Indian stadia, you know. Dusty tracks, dry, hard tracks in India, sometimes slow as well, and there are no real avenue for you to differentiate the colors of the pitches in India. And this one, edging just short of Webster. As you can see, Cephas Cooper, they're just telling Mohammed to be careful. This one short, some bounce. The bounce did him there, Dylan. Beautiful delivery there from Pay again.
That's his soft hand saving him.
Yeah. What has been impressive is Pay's ability to be consistent.
He's been around for quite a while.
This time he's sweeping Mohammed. He's going to go down to a wide fine leg in Raja. And he'll have to settle for one. At the end of 38 overs, it's 138 for 2. Dylan, I want to thank you for your stint. And you know, when we return, there's going to be a double change in the commentary box.
So we're back here at the National Cricket Centre. Lovely view there. And that's the Atubolan Football Stadium, which is just next to the National Cricket Centre. And also in the vicinity you have the National Aquatic Centre and the National Cycling Velodrome. So it's a sporting area, this little Balmain, Couva area. So South, 138 for 2. They're doing really well here. Jason Mohammed 48 and Sifas Cooper. He is on 67. And Mohammed has looked very smooth today, as smooth as Harvey's Bristol cream. Sammy's forward. And so I say good afternoon once again to Liam.
Hey, good afternoon to all our viewers. And yeah, Jason Mohammed has looked really, really comfortable. There hasn't been any point in time where he's looked bothered. It's been pretty much smooth sailing for him out there. Came in at a stage where there's no run there, but came in at a time where sort of in a bit of trouble losing those two early wickets, Keon Otley and Kamil Puran, and really paced his innings nicely. Built a nice partnership. Now going on to 110 with Sifas Cooper.
Flat. He's going back and cutting well, and that's the half century to Jason Mohammed. And the veteran is showing that he still has the attributes to do well. Short and wide though, it's an easy delivery there from Vikash Mohan to reach a milestone.
Yeah, it's everything he would have asked for. A short, wide, and he's punished it accordingly. Good 50, and yeah, as you rightfully said, showing that he's still able to score runs easily at this level of cricket, and he want to go on to the regional 40 with some form.
Well, he has been a very consistent player for Trinidad and Tobago over the years, and I see no reason why he should not be included in that Red Force team to play the Regional 4-Day tournament. Remember, the Regional 4-Day tournament starts on February the 7th. I see no reason why he should not be included, because you look around and you find that the team might well be a bit thin on experience. Well, team selection is another thing. I was a bit puzzled though that looking at the North team, even given the fact that they went for 4 replacements after 4 players couldn't make it, that Mikael Govaya could not force his way into this team. I'm very, very shocked indeed.
Yeah, that's definitely one of the notable absentees from this North team. Mikael had a wonderful under-23. Recently concluded as well under-23 competition, and yeah, he wasn't able to squeeze his way through. You know, he's good with bat, ball, and we all know what he's capable of in the field as well. But still a lot of time for him. Hopefully gets into these trial games more often in the coming year.
Well, you know, you look at the setup of the you look at the North setup, and you know it's a bit puzzling that he cannot get into that North team, because you go for 4 replacements. Even then, he should have been factored in.
Yeah, most definitely. And you know, it's unfortunate to say the least for Mikael Govaya.
Well, the young man, I know that he has a great appetite for the game, Just want to urge him to continue knocking on the doors. And as they say, sometimes when you knock on the door and you don't get in, you break the door down. And his performance in recent times have been door breaking, if I may say so. I thought he was unlucky not to have been given the play of the series in the under 23 tournament. Another fine young batsman got it. That's Kyle Narat Kisundat. But he just needs to continue doing his thing. He has, every time he goes out there, he just has to grasp the opportunity in whatever level of cricket and do his best.
Yes. Carry Pair to continue here. 2 dots to start the over.
Mohammed turning it around now, gets a single. Cooper, he's on 67. Mohammed 53. They brought South right back into this contest after the loss of 2 early wickets. Edged and dropped. Well, well, well. Harry Pay has a right to be upset. That should have been taken. Dropped. At first slip by Tion Webster. That should have been taken.
It seemed to be pretty simple, a pretty regulation catch for what should have been a pretty regulation catch for.
Oh, look at that. Come on. That should have been taken. He had a long time to see the ball. It was not one of those edges that came off a flashing blade. It was a product push. So Cephas just has to work through this difficult little period here. The arm ball. Stifle appeal.
This is good from Kyrie Pay. He's been Kyrie Pay has been working his lines and lengths really well since coming on after lunch, and that one looks good. Umpire says not out, maybe just hitting him outside the off stump. Good delivery from Kyrie Pay once more as we take another look at it.
Pretty adjacent. So Cooper, just in the midst of a difficult little period, he has the right man with him to help guide him through. Fellow Power Gen player, Jason Mohammed. These two have played a lot of cricket together at Power Gen. And there in the background you can see the National Cycling Velodrome.
Maybe Vikash Mohan to continue. Webster goes back down to long on. We saw him, drop that catch in the last over. Took one a couple overs ago, where his left foot, unfortunately, making contact with the boundary, which gave Cephas Cooper 6 runs. So he's in the middle of it all right now with Tion Webster. That's 2 chances he's given Cooper in the last maybe 15 minutes, and he's one of those batsmen you can't give chances. He's really dangerous. He's going to want to go big now. 67, 120 deliveries. It's good from Vikash Moana as well. Hasn't really given anything free to Jason Mohammed. So had to work for it. Giving himself room and cutting nicely this time.
It's 143 for 2. I've really enjoyed the batting of Jason Mohammed today. It's really looked good.
Just confident and easy on the eye, as always, is Jason Mohammed.
And this is what you want to see from your senior players, you know. In a north-south game, you want to see them dominate. Cooper uses his feet and then plays a nice defensive shot to it. Rehearses what he wanted to do, just to go straight down the ground.
Fantastic batsman to see for Cooper. He's in a rough period, as you mentioned, so he just needs to get out of that. This one worked into that leg side. And a limping Leonardo Julian does the fielding. Mohammed back on strike now. Bit of a loosener from Vikash Mohan going down the leg side, and
well, Vikash is in the 7th over, shouldn't be bowling looseners.
Sky Pair, he's back into the attack. He's been making some really good plans and had some success of finding the edge of Cephas Cooper in that last over, as well as a close LBW appeal. But unfortunately, Tion Webster put down that catch at slip.
I think what should be the plan of action now is for Mohammed to take Carey Pay and just allow Cephas Cooper to cool out at the other end, because he has been getting a lot of problems from Carey Pay all of a sudden. Mohammed commits early. Of course, Carey Pay being a tall man getting that extra bounce.
It seemed to just be a bit of a top spinner, and that short leg maybe on the wrong side of things at this point in time, but Carey Pay not the biggest turn off the ball. So cut away nicely, and Ramaran is going to give chase. It's going to run close to the boundary and stops, and they're going to get an easy 2 runs.
Yeah, Ramaran is pretty quick. He's able to get back that. He ran that one as if he was running down a 2-piece KFC, Ramaran. And he was able to haul it in.
Nicely played again, and beats Tion Webster at slip. Easy single for Jason Mohammed. He moves on to 58 now. 148 for 2, partnership of 120. Really building nicely between these two. Cooper, however, has not looked the part for the last maybe 15 minutes or so after lunch. It's been tough after lunch for him. Hasn't really kicked on. He just needs to get to this drinks break. 2 deliveries left and then drinks. This time a quick single. Nicely run. Just 1 delivery to go now. And this 149 for 2. Mohammed's on 58. Cooper moves to 69. 2 slips now. Vikash Mohan being proactive. It's 2 slips in final delivery before that drinks break. Good spell from Karipe. He's been excellent. Comes in. Good delivery from Karipe and kept out nicely from Jason Mohammed, who calls for the physio. And with that, we're going to take a short break. And after drinks, we'll be right back.
Welcome back to the action here at the National Cricket Centre in the North-South Classic. And South, after winning the toss this morning, electing to bat was 149 for 2. Wickets to fall. Keon Utley, he fell to carry pair and caught behind to Amir Jangu, and also Jangu with his second catch. Kamil Puran, he was caught off the bowling of Filton Williams. Since then, a repair job has been put on by Sifos Cooper and Jason Mohammed. Sifos Cooper 68 and Jason Mohammed 58. Liam Mamchan alongside me. Liam, what a wonderful partnership this has been. And you know, the score approaching 150 already. And this partnership already way over 100.
Yeah, definitely. It was a really good, paced innings on both of these batsmen after losing those 2 early wickets. We see for the first time in this encounter, we're going to see Isaiah Raja, the leg spinner from the east. He's decided to not go with the field out bat pad. Karen Bokas goes into a short fine leg. Now this could go either way. These batsmen could see Raja as their option to score runs, but with the field pretty spread, could be a wicket taking option as well. The leg spinner stealing the ball away from these right-handers.
This one is pulled away hard by Cooper, and that's going to go into the boundary for 4. Welcome into the attack, Isaiah Raja.
Real loose now from Raja to start, and exactly what Cooper would have needed. He's been struggling a bit after lunch, and first ball after the drinks break to get a ball like that. We thank everyone for that. Cooper moves on to 72, and that brings up the 150 for South.
Yeah, you were just saying that this could go either way. Well, it started. I don't think this was the way Raja would have wanted it to start for him. And neither is skipper Vikash Mohan. Certainly a delivery that was too short. He's going to be turning the ball away from the right-handers, both batsmen being right-handers. This one punched into the offside, but there's protection. Andrew Rambaran sweeping on the offside.
It's a bit short again from Raja, and Cooper getting on top of it nicely, punching it down to that sweeper fielder. Jason Mohammed 58 of 93. He's into strike now for the first time against Isaiah Raja. Just the one slip. That's Dejon Charles.
I think it's safe to say both batsmen enjoying the company of each other out there in the middle.
These two would have batted a lot together for the past couple of years, but especially last season, both of them were the bulk of the run scorers for Power Gen.
Yep.
And would have enjoyed many lovely partnerships together, as well as Evan Lewis, who's not part of this one.
Short again from Raja. So I think he needs to settle here. If he does continue after this over, just needs to settle again. Just need to give the ball a little bit of air and allow the ball to turn. Whatever turn there is on offer. We didn't see much turn just yet, but he's a leg spinner. He's going to be taking the ball away, as I said.
Based on evidence of the last couple of seasons of cricket that's been played at the National Cricket Centre, batting last is going to be pretty tough here in any 4 innings cricket, whether it be 2-day, 3-day or 4-day, as this one is. So I think, South when it saw some batting first, they knew that they just had to get past that early morning 45 minutes of moisture, and it'll be smooth sailing from there. So they're going to want to cash in on this good start that they've had. Both of these batsmen will want to cash in as well. Just milking Raja easily here, and that's the end of over number 43. South 158 for 2.
As you see, not a really good overall from Isaiah Raja to start, and they would have been looking to him to maybe prize out a wicket if he can, and that didn't happen just yet, but it looked very easy going for Cooper and Mohammed against him. There's one of the equipment being used to maintain the facility at the National Cricket Centre, Liam, the outfield is looking in spectacular condition for this game thus far.
Yeah, definitely. You know, the outfield has been quick. It's been smooth, no issues at all. It's really best I've seen the NCC in quite some time. Especially, you know, at the start of the season, you don't expect it to be this good. But kudos to Dexter and his team, ground staff here at the NCC.
Really done a good job, groundsmen. And Carrie Pierre is back. He's having a long spell. Carrie Pierre, you would expect that from him. And what has impressed me is his ability to be so consistently.
Yeah, this is what he prides himself on. He's gonna, you know what you're gonna get with Carrie Pierre. He's not gonna turn the ball much, but he's gonna be nagging. He's gonna be on that good line outside the off stump, on off stump maybe, and just forcing you to play a shot every ball. You know, they're not gonna get time to settle with Carrie Pierre. Gets through overs quite quickly as well, and has the ability to, you know, turn maybe one or two in his spell that would, you know, just pose that little bit of doubt in the batsman's mind. You already saw him get that edge of Cephas Cooper, what was put down at first slip by Tion Webster.
I think he'd be very unhappy with that. That would have been a big blow for South and a much needed wicket for North as well. And after working so hard in this immense heat as well, you know, not being able to prize out a wicket, when you get the opportunity like that, you really want to grab it with both hands, Leon.
Yeah, definitely. And it's not easy out there in this weather. The sun's pretty hot. Spears in again, a good delivery to Cephas Cooper. But I think that last over from Raja might have just given Cooper some much needed extra confidence after that rough patch he saw before that first drinks break.
Yeah, there were two leg before shouts immediately after that catch was put down by Webster of Carrie Pierre. That's the end of 44. It's 158 for 2. And not too sure if we'll be seeing one of the seamers coming back soon. Either Phil. Well, Liam has taken his leave from the commentary booth, and he makes way for Dylan Sharma, who's back. Good afternoon again, Dylan.
Good afternoon again, Visham. Great to be back here again.
And with you coming into the commentary box, you've also brought Andrew Rambaran with you into the attack. We'll have seen just 2 overs from him, Andrew Rambaran. So he's going to be back into the attack. And the left arm orthodox spinner taking over from Isaiah Raja. Raja would have had just 1 over. And wouldn't have been the best of overs at all. And this time Rambaran is taken over deep mid wicket for 6. The first 6 of the match, courtesy Jason Shadow Mohammed.
Well, what a greeting that was for Andrew Rambaran. Greeted with a 6, was not a great delivery, was a full toss and rightfully dispatched.
Yeah, well, certainly Mohammed sending a message to the young man saying, Andrew, you can't serve up a delivery like that, especially on a day like today.
Well, the North team would have hoped for a better over after that previous over from Isaiah Raja.
Yeah.
It was not a great over. Quite a few drag downs.
This time he's
Again,
using his feet.
Coming
And
forward.
yeah, down too long off. So you get 1. This is smart cricket. by Jason Mohammed and Cephas Cooper. And both batsmen looking well and truly on their way to centuries. Dylan, what a mammoth feat that would be for both of them.
Well, it would be the best possible start for them on day one of this match.
Rambaran, how will he respond to the onslaught thus far? Holding that one back a bit. So Cephas Cooper just guiding it into the offside for one. Dylan, if you were the coach of North, Vinod Maraj, right now, you know, a message out there to your team in terms of how you are going to pick up this wicket, make this breakthrough, Dylan. You know, what would be your message to Vikash Mohan and those guys out there?
Well, as we saw in this over right now, 6, then 1, then 1. You don't want to be giving off singles when you're trying to execute a plan to a specific batsman. You want to be able to build dot balls and keep them on strike.
And yeah, those dot balls would build pressure. Of course, no real pressure on the South batsmen. However, a couple dot deliveries a wicket could be really crucial in building up some pressure here for them. And we're seeing that short leg fielder, he moved across now to a silly point position. Forward.
Also, right at the end of Vikash Mohan's spell, he came from round the wicket. I would like to see a bit of change in the angle, maybe.
Yeah, just change things up a bit, not get the batsmen too accustomed. I think at the moment they are quite comfortable with how they are handling things at the moment. 76 to Cooper. Mohammed on 67 is 166 for 2 after 45.
Only 4 extras, so not too bad on that front.
Yeah, that's very good. That's disciplined bowling from the North team, the team in blue. And you can see Jason Mohammed seems to be a bit uncomfortable there with something on that left hand, the forearm of his. And umpire Danish Ramdani, or 2 umpires for today, umpire Danish Ramdani and umpire Candice Laborde. And also assisting them is umpire Simon Arun, overlooking proceedings. Good crop of umpires for this game. And when you speak about the best of the North, the best of the South, Dylan, and then you see such good umpiring on show as well, it's really the best of everything on show when it comes to cricket in Trinidad and Tobago. And it's being played at the hub of cricket as well, the National Cricket Centre. And Liam and I were speaking earlier about how spectacular the outfield is. The weather looks good as well for the next 3 to 4 days. And if we have to narrow into today, it has been simply outstanding.
Well and truly into the dry season.
Yeah. I think it's every cricketer's dream to see the weather like this. You wake up in the morning as a cricketer on the morning of your cricket match, and the first thing you do is look out the window to see if the rain is falling or the sun is shining, Dylan.
Yeah, I'm glad we are paying the air conditioning.
Yeah, definitely. And those guys out there, yes, they are getting the opportunity to play cricket, so I don't think the weather would hamper them too much. So guided nicely. This could run away for 4, you know. And it gets there now. Yes, it does. Rambaran can't hold it in. And Jason Mohammed, his tally moves up by 4. That's a lovely shot. Just using the pace and guiding it past slip, Dylan.
Playing it nice and late and timing it to perfection. And as you just alluded to, the outfield there, ensuring that it got over the boundary.
Yeah, and you know, earlier today we would have seen the outfield, some of those deliveries holding up a little bit just before the boundary rope, but that just goes to show with the heat and the sunlight out there, Dylan, as the outfield dried out a bit as well. You know, it really moved a lot quicker along the carpet. How will Pierre respond here? This one past Karim Bokas at short leg. This has really been an excellent effort from both batsmen, and this is something you want to see on the international stage for a West Indies team, the men in maroon at the test level. Dylan, you want to see this sort of temperament, this sort of consistency in your batting, and the ability to withstand pressure. And Cephas Cooper and Jason Mohammed certainly showing that at the moment. And as Mr. Vinod Mamchan said earlier, Jason Mohammed, one of the players to come under fire. Persons were saying that, you know, he has had enough, but now we are seeing him, you know, he's looking to silence those critics, Dylan, you'd say?
Well, he's definitely silenced them so far.
46 overs have been bowled. It's 173 for the loss of 2. We'll take a short break and be right back. Well, it's 78 to Cooper, 72 to Mohammed, and the fight back continues. I think what's needed now is a fight back from the North bowlers, the North fielding team.
Well, you did say fight back from South, but I think they're well and truly on top now.
Yeah, for sure, they're on top.
You see that current run rate at 3.76.
South really coming back strongly. I think North would have been taken by surprise. This effort from Mohammed and Cooper can never ride these two out. And Cooper has shown good variety in his innings, the young man. Remember Cooper playing alongside Cooper in the past. Cooper would have been my first cricket captain ever that I would have played with for the Southeast Zone, and Cooper would have come through the ranks. What a disciplined player he is, a very disciplined player. He would have also been a member of the West Indies on the 19 team, who would have travelled to New Zealand, I believed, to play in the IC on the 19 World Cup, Dylan. So Cooper have come a really long way, developed over the years, and you can see it showing here now.
Yes, that under 19 World Cup would have been way back in 2018.
Yep.
He didn't get too much chances on that tournament.
I think he would have travelled there with the likes of Keegan Simmons and these guys.
Alec Athanaze would have been part of that.
Yes, Alec Athanaze would have been the leading run scorer in that tournament, if I'm not mistaken. And Athanaze yesterday falling for a duck in Australia, not having a good start to the tour. Dylan just nods away after that one.
I also remember Rachin Ravindra would have been part of that under 19 World Cup. You see him and Alec Athanaze making their way to the world stage around quite a similar time.
Yeah. I know a lot of these guys, Dylan, you see, tend to fall away after the under 19 World Cup and so on, and even players who would not have been picked for the under 19 West Indies team would have just fallen away. And I remember guys like Kyle Rupchan and Tariq Mohammed, a number of these guys were on West Indies camps to participate in the under 19 World Cup if they have gotten picked for the West Indies under 19 team. However, they would not have. And you know, it's good to see that the Trinidad and Tobago Cricket Board is providing them with that platform of the under 23 age group tournament now. You know, soon we may see the regional under 23 tournament. That's in the
in the talks as well, Dylan. So it's good to see them getting that opportunity.
Would have seen the leg spinner Vasan Singh in the recent under 23
Yep.
tournament, who played the last under 19 World Cup.
Yep. Yeah, we'd have seen also Shiva Sankar, who would have played that tournament. One of the best bowlers, if not the best bowler, and the leading wicket taker for the West Indies team in that World Cup, held right here in the Caribbean.
And you're definitely right about many of these players falling away. It's definitely something good to see the under 23 tournament allow them to have that level, you would say, right underneath the academy.
Yep.
So that they can continue to get more game time. Another player from that 2018 under 19 World Cup would have been Keegan Simmons, who I thought looked quite good in that World Cup, and haven't seen him in a while.
No, he did play some 4-day cricket for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, and well, he's not in this game, so certainly he may not feature, he won't feature for the Red Force this time around. The quick single attempted here, and they get it quite easily. Cooper is through in a flurry. All the yam and Maruga Hill rice and dasheen that Cooper is eating certainly working for him, and Cooper is one of the ambassadors for that Maruga Hill rice. Have you ever had the Maruga Hill rice,
Well, I
Dylan?
was just about to ask you, what is Maruga Hill rice?
Well, it's one of the more healthier rice options.
Guided away nicely from Jason Mohammed again. Not well enough to get it away for 4, but too easily run.
Yeah, definitely excellent batting. Continuing to rotate the strike. And what is good as well, Dylan, they are not allowing themselves to be bogged down by Kari Peer, who's bowling well. They're always looking for the opportunity to rotate the strike. 177 for 2 after 48. And Cooper 20 runs away from a century. Mohammed approaching that as well. And, Rambaran, they're going to stick with Andrew Rambaran. Remember, 2 left-arm orthodox spinners again in the team of that North lineup, and that's Anderson Mahes and Amir Ali. 2 of them were left out. They went for Andrew Rambaran. So Rambaran would want to make this opportunity count. Of course, he's been listed as a reserve player for the West Indies on the 19 team scheduled to tour South Africa for the ICC on the 19 World Cup. Bowling very wide of the crease there, Rambaran. Thought that he really impressed in that under 19 regional tournament last year. Oh, chance for a run out at the striker's end, and he's gone. Cooper absolutely would be gutted with that effort, throwing away what was an impressive start. Have a look at that again. It was struck straight to the fielder. Mohammed wasn't interested. Cooper was almost halfway down the track already, and in the end he couldn't return home in time, Dylan.
Well, just as you said, 20 runs away from the century. Well, he couldn't get one more.
What a sad end to this innings for Cephas Cooper. But I think he should lift his head high, because what a knock it was. 80 of 147 deliveries. And there's that run out again. Suicidal run. Straight to the fielder. Back to Django, who would make no mistake at all.
Well, it came out of nowhere, really, because the run in between the wickets has been so good up till this point.
Yeah, you really have to say that's a suicidal run out, a suicidal dismissal. And what a sad end to the innings for Cephas Cooper there, Dylan. You know, and a timely wicket, I think, for North. They will want to continue to pick up wickets now, but you pick up a wicket, Dylan, and You want to continue to pick up wickets, and then you see this man walking in, Jid Gully, the southpaw.
T10 Centurion.
Ah, T10 Centurion, Dylan.
There's also great awareness in the field, you know. Sometimes you might just start to drift and just go through the motions when you're getting ever so closer to a break. But to see them right on point, to be able to get that run out.
Yeah, definitely. That's good focus. You know, sometimes when your team is down like this, Dylan, and you're looking for a wicket, you tend to make mistakes when opportunities are presented with you, much like we saw from Tion Webster when he put down that catch at slip. But no mess up this time around. Third time lucky.
Well, that would have been 2 chances from Tion Webster
Yeah,
in that
one.
session.
Yeah, down at long one as well. And Cooper would have had a lot of lives in that innings. Ran out of lives.
You never did quite finish your thought on the Maruga Hill Rice.
The Maruga Hill Rice, Dylan. I thought as soon as I brought up that Maruga Hill Rice, Cooper fell.
May have been craving some.
Oh. Lovely delivery there, just outside the off stump, tempting Gully. 2-dot deliveries.
And I like this angle, just pushing it across from around the wicket.
Yeah, round the wicket, so he's gonna angle it across him, yes. Oh, that's good, that's good. That's good. He's gonna turn the ball back into Gully. So what he's looking to do is angle it away and turn it back in to Jid Gully.
He hasn't really turned the ball that much though compared to the other spinners.
And now he's gonna come over the wicket, Dylan.
Just as I said that.
Slip and a short leg in position. 3 fielders on the offside. Gully plays this one down the ground, whipping it, so to speak, and he gets 1. Looking for 2. "49 overs have been completed. 178 for 3. We'll take a short break. Be right back with more live action. So Dylan is still fantasizing over the Maruga Hill Rice and inquiring when he can get some. Maybe you'll have to check see for Scooper downstairs so you can organize your pack of Maruga Hill Rice there, Dylan. Anyway, it's 178 for 3. And Dylan is sipping his coffee. Jid Gully is on 1. And Jason Mohammed on 74, losing his partner Cephas Cooper. Run rate has dropped a bit. 3.63 now. And Pear continues his marathon spell. Gully driving sweetly. That's going to be for his first boundary of the afternoon. Jid Gully off and running.
Well, as we would have spoken about before, he is an aggressive player, and he would want to capitalize upon the solid start that the South team has so far.
Yeah, definitely. So Gully realizing that Pear pitching that one right up and just leaning into it, head over the ball perfectly and driving it past that fielder at cover. Pulling away this time forcefully, and that's going to go all the way for 6. A 4 followed by a 6 here for Jid Gully, and what a way to get his innings off and running.
Well, he surely wants to end Pierre's marathon spell here.
Well,
hit him out of the attack.
well, that was a huge blow. A thumping blow from Jit Gully. And you're just speaking about him being the T10 Centurion. Well, my oh my, Jit Gully seemed to have lost the ball as well. Oh, it's found now.
Already a strike rate in excess of 100.
Yeah, so the ball has been retrieved. It's not really a strike rate you would normally associate a batsman with in a 4-day contest. But Gully getting the deliveries to put away, and that he is doing to great effect. Oh, short cutting again. That's going to be 4 more. Yes, it will. 4, 6, and 4 here to Jit Gully. Well, what a flyer of a start this has been to the southpaw.
Showing off his full range of strokes. First a drive, then a pull, now a cut shot.
What will we see next, Dylan? A sweep shot?
Don't bet against it.
Well, we'll have to wait and see. Carry Pair being taken to the cleaners.
Well, maybe now with the short leg in place.
Let's see. Oh, smart batting there from Jit Gully. And the manner in which he posed thereafter playing that defensive shot can tell you his confidence is high.
Seeing out the over, no further damage.
192 for 3, 50 overs have been bowled. And Cooper, remember, he has been the top scorer for South. 80. Carry Pair 1 for 59 in 18. Is getting a bit of a rough up in that last over from Jit Gully. And sticking with Andrew Rambaran, who is a bit inconsistent. He's still looking to settle down here. He's bowling to Jason Mohammed. Mohammed would look for a big century here. Certainly. I think Gully, you know, with the platform set, he has really had the luxury of coming in and being able to play freely.
Yeah, that's definitely played into his favor. And Jason Mohammed would definitely be looking to carry on much more and make a big innings here.
Sweeping this time. There's no one at fine leg. This could run away. Ball holding up just inside. And Leonardo Julian has a lot of work to do. And 2 to Mohammed.
No, it's 4.
It's 4. Well, it seems as though the ball held up, but it actually went for 4. Oh, that was a good looking shot there by Mohammed. You realized that there was that vacant region there backward of square leg, Dylan. And yes, it went for 4. So Mohammed rolls on to 78. Just approaching 200 runs here. The men from South. 196 for the loss of 3. Rambaran 2 straight. That's better. And
they also took out that short leg now. They have a deep cover fielder.
Yeah, well, it's kind of tough, you know, use that short leg when there's not much consistency from the bowler. So you really want to use that extra fielder on the outskirts. Using his feet there, stifled appeal from Andrew Rambaran. Not out, says umpire Laborde. One more delivery remaining in the 51st over. Driving nicely
sweeper. Actually, Karim Bokas comes around. At the end of 51, it's 197 for 3. We'll take a break and be right back.
Welcome back as we continue the annual North-South Classic, which is one of the biggest games on the domestic calendar in Trinidad and Tobago. It's a game where we use, well, the Trinidad and Tobago Cricket Board use to select the national team for the regional first-class tournament. South, badly beaten in the encounter last year, and they'll be looking to give a better showing this year. They have already started well, 197 for 3. Jason Mohammed is on 79 of 111 deliveries, and Jed Gooley on 15. They will start together after tea, and the Southern boys will be looking to mount a good score. Looking at that track, which is pretty dry, it's going to always be difficult to bat on the fourth day, the last innings here. So they will want to produce a good first innings score, follow it up if they have to bat again with another proper batting showing, and then look to put pressure on North. Joining me is the pride of Kokie, Dylan Mirage. And Dylan Sharma, sorry, I don't know why I call him Mirage all the time. Dylan Sharma, who will be with us for the next half an hour or so. Good afternoon, Dylan. How are you?
Good afternoon, Vinod. I'm quite well, and how are you?
I'm fine. This is Williams. He's back and gets one, Jason Mohammed. Your thoughts on Jason Mohammed's innings today?
Well, it's been an innings that has showcased the vast experience that he's accumulated over all these years. And as you would have said, South would have lost last year, and they're putting up a good show this year.
Yep. This clash at one point in time was considered a first-class game by the MCC, which was at the time the Marylebone Cricket Club that ruled the game, and over the years it has now changed. Over the years it has changed. Clipped away just behind square for 1, and is that Karim Bokas who fields? It's now 199 for 3. Yes, Dylan, back in the day it was called different names. It was at once the Beaumont Cup. I think that was initially when it started. It was the Beaumont Cup, and you can go back. I know you're a guy like to do your research. You can go back to your Wisden and look for Beaumont Cup. You will see it there. Then it was the Texaco Cup after that. Following that, Texaco would have the oil company in Trinidad, as this is pushed away to mid-on. The oil company in Trinidad was then changed. It changed hands, it changed names to Trintoc. It was then the Trintoc Cup. And then after that, it became the Jerry Gomez Cup, which when it was sponsored by Queen's Park. So it is a clash that has a lot of history. It's a storied clash, if you may say so. Some of the best in Trinidad and Tobago would have played in this game. And back in the day, this is forced away through the onside. Runs here for Mohammed, and all 4 of them. An on drive, which is a difficult shot to play. And Mohammed has been almost imperious today.
Very good shot there from Jason Mohammed. On drive is always a difficult shot, and it's a very beautiful shot to look at. Unable to stop that in the field, though he did run close by it.
He has been absolutely brilliant today, Mohammed. 84. And from the moment he went out there, he looked as if he was just a cut above the rest in the way he was playing. He and Cephas. Cephas did look good as well. Unfortunately, got a run out with a century staring him in the face. And that's pushed away. Mohammed will want to carry on, though.
Yes, he began very solidly. Didn't look to be over aggressive at that stage, but as you could see, the run rate is still a very good 3.92, which is pretty high for a Red Bull game.
Yeah, for first class cricket, it's pretty high. way outside the off stump. In white ball cricket, that would have been signaled a wide. But of course, in this game, it's not. 203 for 3. Cephas Cooper 80. Jason Mohammed 84. I want to say thanks to good old Shams, who has given us some coffee from Rio Claro.
All the way from Rio Claro?
Yeah, the water though is from Cuba. The coffee is from Rio Claro.
He's made quite a trip.
So you can see the lighting pylon there. Obviously, night cricket will be played here at the National Cricket Centre. And Dylan, you've just joined us, but you haven't been a full season with us. Sometimes we're here at night for night cricket here at this beautiful venue. Very picturesque today.
Would definitely like to see this venue at night with all these lights on.
It's really a magnificent sight. Vikash Mohan, 7 overs, none for 24. He's going to continue from the southern end. And I dare say South, large and in charge at this point in time.
Absolutely. They would be very pleased with the sort of innings that they've put together so far today. Jid Guli, on the back of that solid start from both Cooper and Jason Mohammed, came out and really continued to push the pedal down on the innings here.
Sammy Spark flashing. A little bit of luck again. That would have gotten through the field and into the boundary for 4. The way Guli has played, he's come in and he has been in a hurry. He has been in a rush. It's as if he got up on a Saturday morning and was rushing across to Nero's double shed in Coquier. Such speed he's using. Sammy Spark, he's pulling and pulling imperiously for 4.
Second pull shot of the innings. He plays it really aggressively, and it seems to be a shot that he favors quite a lot.
Struck very hard. The bat speed was something to look at, but it was short. It was a bad delivery on that occasion there from Mohan.
Mohan hasn't quite looked as if he's quite ever settled into his line and length so far today.
Well, they've added 30 of just 4 overs. That should tell you something. It's an absolute feather bed for batting. Even Visham Lalman couldn't get runs on that.
It's Bazball style batting so far with this partnership.
Very positive indeed. And he respects the good one.
It's also a part of his batting so far that we've seen in that over that Carey Pierre bowled to him. The last 2 balls of that over, he defended quite solidly.
Again, eyes on that ball to the very last moment. Exaggerated defensive shot.
2 better deliveries here from Vikash Mohan after that boundary.
Again, he pulls it down, not getting hold. It rushed on to him. Ken, he was ready for that pull shot. End of the over. At the end of it, 207 for 3. So it's just 10 past 3 in the afternoon, 207 for the loss of 3. I'm in the company of Dylan Sharma, one of our new commentators here. It's going to be Filton Williams. Short, and Mohammed would be angry with himself there.
Now this would be, if I'm not mistaken, this would be Filton Williams' only second over since before lunch. I don't think he had bowled in that second session today. So he'd definitely be fresh.
Started well this morning, but has given away some runs since. Batting has become easier. I think it was Visham Lalman who said that with the sun around, the pitch will dry out pretty quickly and it'll become easy for batting, and we've seen just that.
Yes, definitely Williams would have benefited from that early moisture this morning in the pitch. And so far, it has looked quite easy to bat. I mean, the only wicket that fell in that second session was via a run out. So you wouldn't really put that down to the bowling, really just irresponsible running at that point after looking so well prior to that. Defended nicely again.
I'm surprised I haven't seen Camilo Carambokas into the attack. He's normally a stiff medium pacer.
They went quite heavy on the spin in the second session.
It's Filton. Mohammed walks into that defensive shot. You think the century is playing on his mind, Jason Mohammed?
I think it would be playing on his mind because there has been a bit of criticism regarding his selection, so he definitely want to be careful on getting close to that century so that he can make sure he gets over that line.
I think age is just a number, and you know, people continue from certain quarters, I shouldn't say people, certain quarters have been putting pressure on the Trandabury Cricket Board to get rid of Jason Mohammed, which I think is foolhardy because you need experience in the lineup. And you know, when people speak of age and cricket, Mohammed has to be careful here. He's pushing away from his body. When people speak of age and cricket, I always make the reference to Jimmy Anderson.
40 years old, or 41.
He would have been discarded a long time had he been a West Indian. In fact, had he been a West Indian, he might not have even gotten the opportunities that he had gotten, because he is not one of those to, for want of a better word, lick you down. He would not strike you down. He would not. You would not have nightmares about him. But look at that. Look how many wickets he has. This is pulled away by Mohammed for 4. Should be signaled no ball for height. Well, just 4. Let's have a look at that again. Then there should be a no ball. Well, if that's not a no ball, Dr. Keith Rowley is not the Prime Minister of Trinidad and Tobago.
Well, that's probably the first mistake so far that you would have seen from the umpires. They've been exceptional today, but that was clearly a no ball.
Umpire Ramdani, I think the sun has gotten into his eyes. My good friend Renaud Siudas announces downstairs that the score is 211 for 3. So back to the history of the North-South Classic. At times it was played at the Queen's Park Oval. Many times it was played at Guacara Park in Pointe-a-Pierre, which is a stone's throw away from you.
Yet I haven't been there.
Well, I don't think anyone of us has been there over the last 15 years. With the demise of the oil refinery, you've seen the demise of Guacara Park, even way before that. It was the first cricket ground in the world to be nestled in an oil refinery. And there you can see, is that the highway? Yes, the Churchill Roosevelt Highway.
No, it's
Oh, that's the main road.
some afternoon rush traffic here.
Yes, coming from the industrial estate in Point Lisas.
Now, you would have said this North-South game used to have first-class status, but when would it have lost that first-class status?
I will get back to you on that. Unlike Visham Lalman, I did not delete Google from my phone. So I will check that for you. But might have been probably around last 15 years or so. President Bassarat is around, he would definitely know that. It lost its status as a first-class game.
Good start to the over so far from Vikash Mohan. Jidguli would be looking to pounce upon any opportunity. And here he goes again. Another pull shot, one of his favorites.
For 6.
And this goes all the way for 6.
So Mohan continues. Again, a bad delivery. It was short.
He's dragged it down way too often in his spell of 8.5 overs so far. How does he reply? No run there. Driven nicely for a single. Glad to see that they're still rotating the strike. Sometimes when you get into that boundary mindset, you can easily forget how valuable it is to rotate the strike and ensure that both batsmen are getting ample time facing the bowling.
Well, I see young Sharma has some fans. So we'll have to find out. We'll probably go to Wisden and find out when this game lost its first class status. So at the end of the over, 219 for 3.
Now, as you were saying earlier, with regards to age is just a number. Brad Hogg would have played late into his 40s.
Clive Lloyd would have played down to 42.
So as long as the skill set is there, then there shouldn't be any issue regarding you being able to play.
Mohammed has kept his fitness, and that's very important. He's fit as a fiddle. He's making runs. Why not pick him? Here's Filton Williams to continue.
Oh, just trying to play at that one.
Well, I think he actually pulled away.
Pulled away a bit late. Filton Williams has looked quite disciplined so far after this tea break.
He's doing the right thing. He's keeping the ball on one side of the wicket. He's bowling outside at off stump, hoping for Mohammed to play a forward shot. The offside field is packed. There is a, whatever we term, a third slip. Point.
Just
short cover mid-off, deep cover, and a man peculiar, well, I'm going to try to say that again after my coffee. He's placed 3/4 of the way to the third man boundary.
that is a position that I wouldn't say I've seen often. Only 3 fielders on the leg side.
I think it's for the uppish slash, the uppercut.
He has played the spin bowling in that region quite a few occasions.
So it's going to be Filton Williams to continue. back and pulls into the vacant mid-wicket region. Should come back for 2. So back to the history of the North-South Classic. The competition actually began in 1925. It was when Roland Beaumont, the South African test player, who had moved to Trinidad and became a manager of an oil company, donated the cup to be played for between North and South Trinidad. Beginning in 1958-1959 season, the annual match was granted first-class status. So in 1958, it was granted first-class status by the MCC. It was even expanded in 1970 when East Trinidad and Central Trinidad joined. So it now had 2 preliminary matches and a final. In 1971, the competition was renamed the Texaco Cup. And of course, it was more than one match. The title was decided on a round-robin basis with 6 matches. Loose shot there by Mohammed. In 1975, it went back to the Beaumont Cup. And again, it was contested by North and South, just 2 teams. But, as has remained the case today, South and Central has formed South, and North and Tobago and East has formed North. It had first-class status from 1975 to 1980, and from 1982 to 83 on to 85. So the last time it had first-class status was 1985. The Beaumont Cup was also held as a non-first-class contest between South and Central at other times. That was from 85 onwards. It then graduated to the Trintock Trophy and then the Jerry Gomez Memorial Trophy in 1996-97. So, surprisingly, Vikash Mohan continues here. Goalie gets 1 more. I think it's a good move for Mohan to continue.
Well, I like that the captain is, well, he is the captain, so he is continuing to show faith in himself. So maybe he feels that he could probably settle in to where he would want to be pitching the ball a bit more often. And it's also probably because of the left-hander Gooley being at the crease as well.
And he struck. A team dismissal. Mohammed pushing forward. And Vikash Mohan strikes with a score on double Nelson. 222 for 4. Jason Mohammed has to leave for 91. A sad end to Jason Mohammed's brilliant innings.
The nervous 90s coming to haunt him here. He was only in it for a few deliveries so far. And a team dismissal being the end of him.
A dejected Jason Mohammed leaves the arena 9 short of 100. But take nothing away from it, was a very good innings. It's an innings that I think I'll definitely see him being selected for the national team.
Definitely should be selected for the national team on the back of this performance.
Daniel Williams is the man going out there now. He's a nephew of David Williams, a former West Indies wicketkeeper batsman. So it's now up to Gooley to continue the good work. 222 for 4. And Vikash Mohan will think that he has gotten an opportunity here now to probably press further, get another wicket or 2.
Well, as you were questioning whether the decision to keep him on was the right decision or not, well, he's answered your question.
Very team dismissal indeed. Or when just playing down the wrong line, the edge found.
I like that round the wicket approach to the right-hander though.
He's staying there for the left-hander Williams. And Williams is a shotgun player, and he would try to match Gooley shot for shot.
Should be in for an exciting passage of play then. So he has a slip, a shortish cover, and a short leg in play.
Ford reaches out. I'm surprised that Ford short leg hasn't been moved to a silly mid-off. With the ball turning away from the left-hander.
I was wondering quite a similar thing earlier on when the great partnership between Cooper and Mohammed was going on, why they might not have tried the short mid-on at some point. The silly mid-off, sorry.
Well, normally Williams would have had that ball screaming to the boundary, that short delivery. He's held some restraint. A gentleman with 3 legs goes passing.
Beautiful delivery.
Yeah, nice loop on that. Let's have a look at it again. Oh, beautiful. What saved Williams there was the fact that he was angling the bat so it didn't break the edge, so to speak.
You definitely see that confidence in Vikash Mohan bowling after getting that wicket. Maybe the extra sunshine on the pitch and dryness playing a part there as well too.
Are you surprised that Joshua James didn't make the North final 11?
I am surprised actually. We saw him play in the Under 23 Cup that just passed recently, and also seen him play in the CPL a few times. Would have thought he would have been one of the prime candidates, especially with someone like Darren Bravo out.
So they want to continue to bat and bat for as long as they can on this track. Give their bowlers a good cushion.
Filton Williams is going to have to readjust his line here. The two left-handers at the crease now.
.223 for 4 here in the afternoon. It's been a good batting display from South. 80 to see for Scooper, 91 to Jason Mohammed.
He just brought in that deep point to a regular point.
Williams has to be careful. He's walking across his stumps. Played away down to third man for 4. Deliberately playing it down in that region.
Timed it well. It went away really quickly. Right to the cameraman.
Yes, Williams round the wicket.
That's one of the typical fast bowler responses after being hit for a boundary.
Well, it's tremendous energy to get it up there now at this time in the afternoon.
Son would be beaten down at this point. Would not like to be out there myself. Seems to have done himself a bit of a mishap down there at mid-on. Not sure what exactly is going on there, but it doesn't look good.
Yeah, he's probably waiting for some attention. Yeah, also Webster coming in. So it's probably a good time to take a break and to bring it on.
Well, welcome back to the action here at the National Cricket Centre in Balmain, and looks as though fielder has been given the attention needed and is back up and ready to go. And Filton Williams is going to be bowling his last delivery of the over. It's a good delivery on the money. So that completes 58 overs. It's 227 for 4 alongside me, Liam Mamchan. Welcome back, Liam.
Thanks, Shams. 227 for 4. Big wickets of Jason Mohammed coming just a while ago. Jid Gully, 29 of 24, seems to be motoring along. Daniel Williams new to the crease, wicket-keeper batsman.
Yeah, so getting the two important wickets, that of Cephas Cooper for 80 and Jason Mohammed for 91. And both guys missing out on what would have been two magnificent centuries. And they would be very disappointed with that given the start that they would have had.
Yeah, I think especially Cooper, I think that dismissal was even more disappointing. It's in the Wall Street short mid off. Jid Gully seems set for a big one as well. Came out and hit 4-6-4 very early on in his innings.
He had a very explosive start to his innings. Something you wouldn't really associate a batsman playing a 4-day contest. But again, the platform that was set, he was able to come in and play as free as possible.
Yeah, definitely. You know, his natural game is an aggressive one, and it was good to see him come out and just play confidently, and that's the benefit of having such a good partnership before you. Cooper and Mohammed really buckled down and went big, and they'll be very disappointed. Mohammed falling 9 runs short, and Cooper falling 20 short of what would have been, as you rightfully said, a magnificent century.
Yeah, but speaking about confidence, you mentioned that word confidence from Jid Gully, and he really looks as though he's coming with a lot of confidence. The way he is striking the ball and the way he's presenting the bat to the ball, much like that, he's really looking as though he's very comfortable out there in the middle.
Yeah, it looks like he was batting since last night. And, it's just come out, hit the ball to all parts, you know, a couple of short balls that he put away. And even in his defensive strokes, you said, he presented the full face of the bat, looking just very confident, and you want to cash in on this good start that he's got as well.
Yeah, and something to note as well is from a North perspective, they looked as though the spirits of the North team would have lifted since the fall of the wickets of Cooper and Mohammed. You could have seen a different Vikash Mohan bowling since picking up the wicket of Jason Mohammed.
Yeah, he seems, that's what wickets do, you know. You get confidence up, and anything can happen. You always look at your score and add 2 wickets to it and see if you're still comfortable with where you're at. So yeah, those 2 wickets falling not too far apart from each other. North would love to go with maybe 2 more before the end of the day's play.
Yeah, just about 2 hours remaining in the day's play. So a lot of cricket to be played on the first day of this North South Classic match. And what a gripping day of cricket we have had already.
Yeah.
Good cricket all around.
Yeah, definitely. Seen a lot of runs, some 6s, some 4s, run outs. It's been full day of cricket. Daniel Williams, Filton Williams having a fire at him there.
Yeah, just hitting him on the thigh there. You can see him holding that left leg of his. Daniel Williams. No real harm done, but it's good to see that energy at this time of the day with the sun out for the entirety of the day. It's still good to see that Filton Williams has that energy in him, that vigor.
He's been nagging on that line and length, not giving Daniel Williams any room to maneuver anything. It's good from Filton Williams. What you would want in that middle over spell.
Yeah,
Approaching the 60th over now, not too far away from that second new ball.
yeah, just one delivery that we saw from Williams. Well, actually, Filton Williams, that is, was wide outside the off stump, and Daniel Williams would have put it away. So he's learned from that there, Filton Williams. This time too short. And Daniel Williams not interested. He's having a word with him here. So looks to be a feisty contest between both men, Daniel Williams and Filton Williams.
Nice aggressive bowling from Filton. What do you want to see? You know, get something out of this pitch. It's pretty flat. Trying to make something happen here. Skipper Vikash Mohan would love that. There's a deep square leg and a fine leg waiting to catch that short ball.
Shot again into the air. Mahis under it, and he takes the catch. Substitute fielder Anderson Mahis completes a simple catch, and well, Filton Williams getting the better of Daniel Williams.
Yeah, a poor bit of cricket from Daniel Williams, in all honesty. Two guys out there, Anderson Mahis down at deep square leg and a Webster at fine leg, and Daniel Williams still taking on that short ball. So really disappointing from him. And a simple catch at the end taken by Anderson Mahis. Very safe fielder on that outfield. He's not going to drop many. And completed the catch. And North will be really happy with this one. Daniel Williams looks very disappointed out there.
Commentator's curse really, Liam. You were just mentioning the ball before, that there were two fielders out backward of square leg, and in the end Williams finding one of them. That's Anderson Mahis. And Daniel Williams will be really gutted with that, giving his hand away. It's 227 for 5 now. And just like that, 3 wickets quickly for the North team.
Really disappointing from Daniel Williams. That brings the skipper, Imran Khan. Imran Khan scored quite a bit of first-class runs for Trinidad and Tobago recently, returning from India, playing in the Legends League, and picked up the most wickets in the Legends League as well.
Yeah, definitely so. And Imran Khan, of course, was reading an article earlier, and here's that wicket again. Good short delivery from William Rising, and Mahis completes a simple catch. Made it look very easy, but it's never easy, Liam, with the sun out, a red ball into the air. Never really easy to complete those catches.
Kind of against the run of play as well. Anderson Mahis in the game. He's a sub-fielder as well. It's never easy as a sub-fielder coming into the game and having to impact it like that. You know, you still have to warm into the game. And Filton Williams, this is good from Filton Williams. Nice aggressive fast bowling, making something happen on this flat wicket here at the National Cricket Centre. Similar field to the right-hander. In fact, Rambaran was at deep square leg. He's coming into the circle now. Still a fine leg in place. See, that man looks like Raja down that fine leg.
It's very wide, fine leg, and they're going to bring in a second slip as well for the new batsman Imran Khan.
Never know what a couple quick wickets again before the end of the day's play could do for this North unit.
Yeah, definitely. And actually a change of decision. That second slip fielder being moved now. Khan looking to get off the mark early. Imran Khan, of course, would have said in a recent article that these are the bowlers that would have been used for North. Some 7 bowlers used thus far. And a plethora of spinners on that list. Andrew Rambaran, Mohan Peer, and Isaiah Raja as well. But yeah, Imran Khan would have said that this may well and truly be his last regional 4-day tournament.
You definitely want to go out with a bang. He's been a proud servant of Trinidad and Tobago cricket.
I think it's safe to say that he's a legend of the regional game, Liam.
Yeah, definitely. As when we take a look at Imran Khan's first class stats for Trinidad and Tobago. He's played 113 first class games. Scored over 10,000 runs now, 10,341 runs. So in fact, that's his runs conceded with 450 wickets. And he scored 3,600 first class runs. He's got a first class century and 15 half centuries to his name. And you want to go out to a couple more half centuries, maybe even one more 100, and try to pick up as much wickets as he can to sign off. Really is a wonderful servant of Trinidad and Tobago cricket. Unfortunately, never got a look in at the West Indies team, but
still he was able to participate in that Legends League cricket tournament, as you mentioned earlier, for the Manipal Tigers, of course, in which they emerged champions.
he finished with most wickets as well. Shows that he still got it, Imran Khan.
And of course, that's a T20 tournament, so it shows that he's very much capable of playing all formats of the game, Imran Khan, and as I said, still got it in him. Different challenge for him here now, and of course he'll be no stranger to these sort of situations, Imran Khan. Just past Karim Boka's left hand. Could have easily been another wicket down there for South. And Mohan causing some trouble here now, Liam.
Yeah, a bit loose from Imran Khan there. Karim Boka sort of felt like he was in the game for a second, but not being able to gobble that one up. Jid Gully, 30 of 33, he's on strike now. And read, a couple of wickets fallen in quick succession for South, and just like that, North on top of the game once more. In terms of their attitude, you could see that they're a bit more into the game.
Be interesting to see how Jid Gully plays this situation, given the fact that he would have started aggressively. And that brings us to the end of the 61st over. 229 for 5. We'll take a short break and be right back. It's going to be Williams, Fulton Williams, to continue. That's him in your picture there. And you'd have seen him picking up the wicket in his last over of Daniel Williams. Went cheaply. Imran Khan will be having some more of Fulton Williams. Camilo Karim Bokas with a good piece of fielding at Gully. And just a quiet period here now, Liam, as we were speaking earlier, how Jid Gully would really approach this passage of play here now, given the fact that 3 wickets would have fallen in a quick succession, and given the fact that he would have also started aggressively. We were just speaking about that. How do you think he would have to approach this facet of the innings here now?
Well, it's a tale of two, really. It doesn't seem to be bothered by anything that the bowlers have thrown up at him as of now. So he can either play his natural game and keep scoring boundaries, which he's been doing with ease. But I think the best way for Jid Gully to approach this one is just a couple of quick wickets have fallen, just settle things down a bit, build a partnership with Imran Khan, because he, if he continues playing shots and miss times one and his wicket falls, then a whole bulk of trouble here. Just the bowlers to come now. Damian Joachim, the last all-rounder, he's probably going to be in next. There's Brian Charles, Anderson Phillip, and Sharon Lewis still to come as well. But you would really think that after maybe Joachim, there's no real recognized run scorer.
Yeah.
So that is just makes his role more important. He's the last really senior batter in this 11. So I think just needs to settle down, buckle down, and probably just get in tomorrow. Make sure you're there tomorrow to help your team get a massive, massive total.
Yeah, I think this partnership here is very important between Khan and Gully. Really lost their way. And good to see Gully looking to get the single and just rotate the strike a bit. Fulton Williams continuing his approach that he had from the start of the day's play, which is to hit those hard lengths, Liam, and really look to get on top of the batsman.
He's been hitting the bat hard as well, Fulton Williams, unassumingly quick. Was off his shoulders as we were talking about earlier. Pretty strong guy, and just seems to be rushing on to the bat of Jid Gully on that one. It's Imran Khan facing up. Well left from experienced campaigner Imran Khan.
Yeah, well, 62 overs have been completed, and it seems as though the players are going to take a water break. Yes, they will. At the end of 62, it's 231 for 5. Remember, if you're just joining us, South would have won the toss this morning, and they would have elected to bat first. Top scorers for South thus far, Cephas Cooper, he had 80, and Jason Mohammed 91. And Fulton Williams, the pick of the bowlers, for North 2 for 52. So that's how it stands here at the National Cricket Centre. We'll be back with more live action in a few. So it's action resuming after the drinks break. And Vikash Mohan, who has really looked good since picking up that wicket of Jason Mohammed. He's continuing. That's the skipper of the North team. And 233 for 5 at one stage. It was 207 for the loss of 2. And Gully opening up that offside. But Mohan has protection, that sweeper on the offside. Not exactly on the boundary, 3/4 way to the boundary, that fielder. But Gully has showed us that he can, you know, adapt, Liam.
Yeah, definitely, and I think that's a part of his game that's definitely improved over the past few seasons. This one just rushing onto him a bit, but well negotiated from Gully. Leonardo Julian, he's back out there now. This is a busy bee, is Leonardo Julian. He's going to be in the ears of the batsman. Doesn't like you to settle out there.
You can see him just walking up closer to the square and having a word with, we would assume, Jid Gully.
Feisty competitor, Leonardo Julian. This one driven nicely down the ground for a single by Jid Gully. He's really looked confident and composed out there. Last time this game happened last year, Jid Gully was the only half centurion for South. He was going to build on that and probably go for a century in this innings.
Well, if he does get to a century, I think South would get up to a mammoth total. But at this position, you know, and the position that they were in earlier, you would have really thought that they would have gotten about 450, 500, Liam. But I think it's way past them now. If they do get up to that, well, let's look at the scorecard. See for Scooper with 80 of 148 and Jason Mohammed 91, the two standout batsmen for the South team. And they really stitched together a partnership in a time where South needed a big partnership, and they gave them that. But the batsmen that followed, Liam, really, you know, fell away. Daniel Williams, and also you have to fault as well Keon Otley and Kamil Puran as well for not making use of a surface like this.
Yeah, definitely. I think in terms of, you know, Kamil Puran, it was a bit harder when he was out there.
Yeah.
Still got that early morning moisture, and he got a really good delivery from Filton Williams, one that just jacked back in really sharply and got the edge. And you know, Keon Otley hit Kyrie Payer for a 6 in the over and then came running down the wicket, missed it completely, and Django did the rest. So I think Otley really disappointed me, and as you mentioned, Daniel Williams, you know, two guys out catching on the leg side boundary and taking on the short ball is not always the best idea, and it gave to his demise at the end of the day. Now Kyrie Payer, he's back into the attack with a really long spell earlier on today, 17 over spell, and he's into Jid Gully.
Let me turning the ball into Gully, but Kyrie Payer is someone who doesn't really look for that much spin anyway. There's a big gap through mid-wicket.
He's more going to use his variations of pace and couple arm balls to try to get rid of Gully.
And he's a very stingy bowler, Kyrie Payer. Doesn't give you much to work with as a batsman. Imran Khan would know all about Payer and what he's capable of. It's good to see the skipper Mohan giving Payer that support in the form of a slip and a short leg.
And comes Payer again. Good delivery on Karen Bokas in the game.
Karen Bukas, a very short man. It makes his job easy at short leg. There's Leonardo Julian.
He'd love to have a say later on tomorrow with the bat. Very aggressive player as well. Remember a couple of seasons ago, Leonardo Julian was part of this first class trial preparation team and scored a wonderful 100 at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. And it'll be really exciting to see. You know, he's really matured as a player since then, and it'll be nice to see him out there back in red ball cricket. We all know what he's capable of with the white ball, very destructive, but it was honestly one of the best innings I've seen him play was in that trial game all those years ago. Believe it was 2021, maybe 2022.
Yeah, Julian, very explosive, and he would have had his opportunities, and he continues to get these opportunities because of the wealth of talent that he has. I believe a couple of years ago he would have had a stint in the Abu Dhabi T10 League as well with Team Abu Dhabi, and if I'm not mistaken, he was with the West Indies team when they played against England recently.
Yeah, he came in as a replacement.
Yep.
When that last minute retirement, that shock retirement of Shane Dorich, he came in as a replacement wicket keeper. So he's been in and around the setups. He was obviously part of that West Indies academy team that played in Antigua recently against Ireland. He's really a talented young man. He's also obviously played a couple seasons now in the CPL. He's with the Trinbago Knight Riders for 2 or 3 years, and then this year was with the St. Lucia franchise.
Cooley is someone who recently had his CPL stint as well with the St. Kitts and Nevis Patriots.
Didn't do badly, Jed Gully. Maybe a bit short on opportunity, but we all know what he's capable of. Didn't really get off to his absolute best.
He came in situations, you know, where there weren't really much for him to do, really.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's a bit tough for him.
Carrie Pay, another guy who was involved in the CPL this year with the St. Lucia Kings, and he was brilliant for them. Tion Webster was unfortunate to miss out.
Looks as though Amir Ali is on the field. He's getting an opportunity on the field as well. And Imran Khan continues to noodle the ball around and pick up the singles. So it's just about rebuilding the innings here. Both batsmen Gully and Khan looking to rebuild.
I think what would be important as well is not losing any more wickets before the end of the day's play, however long a way that might be. And this is lovely play, beautifully played down the ground from Jit Gully. A lot of wrist in that. And that takes his score to 37.
So he's really taking his time here now, Gully, but still managing to pick up the runs. He's set 47 deliveries he's been there for. Imran Khan just being watchful, just getting his feel of the track, what it's doing. And you would have seen all of Cephas Cooper's and Jason Mohammed's innings. And Khan at the toss was saying that he's quite excited to see how the youngsters in his team, not just his team but both teams, go in this match, because he's realized that youngsters have been given the opportunity, and that's important.
Yeah, I mean, it's good to see the likes of Andrew Rambaran, Damian Joachim, both in the playing 11 for their respective teams. You know, obviously Sam Hackett, who was decent with the ball earlier on as well.
at the end of 65. It's 240 for the loss of 5. We'll take a short break and be right back. Kari Pear about to bowl what would be his 20th over, 1 for 62 in the 19 already bowled. He's going to be bowling around the wicket to Jid Gully, who's happy to punch it down to Andrew Rambaran at long off, just to pick up 1. Looking to get up to that 250 now, South.
Imran Khan doing his job well, just sticking around, providing some sort of stability in this innings for Jed Gully to do his thing.
Just taking the inner half of the bat, and that's what we were saying about Kari Pear. There was Imran Khan looking to play for a turn, and that one just holding its line. Needs to be careful.
He's never been a big turn off the ball, this Kari Pear. And I think both batsmen should know him pretty well, both being part, all 3 of them in fact being part of Trinidad and Tobago squad more often than not over the past few years. I think what Kari Pear does well is he's very consistent, varies his lines and lengths, with a lot of variations of pace as well. And that's what is pretty effective for him. Good delivery again.
Very economical Kari Pear. And umpire Danish Ramdani, the man standing the umpire's position at the moment. Here's Pear. Good delivery. And that completes 66. It's 241 for 5. And the weather continues to grace us. The sun continues to grace us here at the National Cricket Centre. 2 wickets to Williams and 1 apiece to Pear and Mohan. And those are the real standouts. But you can't take Sayan Hackett out of the equation as well. Sayan Hackett would have done a good job at the start of this innings. And he would have really partnered Filton Williams well at the top with that new ball.
Yeah, did a good job, Hackett. Created some problems early on for Kamal Puran. And I think, that would have added to his demise.
Yeah.
Put him under some pressure. And Filton Williams on the other end picked up the wicket, as we see so many times, bowling in partnerships. One bowler on the other end is going to be causing a lot of problems, but the wickets come on the other end.
Yeah.
It's just the way cricket is. So we see Mohan back into the attack, continuing to Gully.
And I really like how Gully is looking to open up the offside with the off-spinner bowling, turning the ball away from him. There's no one on the boundary, well, except that long off fielder. Look at how he's posing. That tells me that he's very high in confidence, Jid Gully.
It's a big man, Jid Gully. Packs a punch. Saw a little bit of that early on. Now we're seeing the other side of him, the wall. Putting up a good defensive display here against Vikash Mohan's bowled well.
They set a different feel for him here now. They've put in Kari Pear at a very short cover, very straight as well. Kari Pear. This one in the air, but dropping just short of Julian at backward point. Just a little lapse in concentration there from Gully. It was short, but a bit too close to him there, Liam.
Yeah, a bit too close to be cutting. So gets away with it. Here he comes. It's Mohan again. Good delivery once more. And nothing good could do about that one.
Masih Moan has bowled really well today. Wouldn't have expected Moan to bowl this wealth of overs, but he's come in and he's done a job for his team. Captain really standing tall and setting the example.
Especially with the left hand out there. Gully's going to want 2 here. And they turn and they go back and they easily complete to a fumble from Raja. Running from long on. And takes the score to 243 at the end of 67.
Yeah, so just about 23 overs again to go in the day's play. Of course, he allotted 90 overs in the day's play. And we'll have to wait and see how much overs they get in. That first session this morning, over rate was a bit slow. And they really did well to get up to this position, the North team, to get this amount of overs in thus far. Pull things back in the second session and now the third. Amir Django continues to be a live wire in the back.
Excited to see him go on later on with the bat as well. This North team does have quite a few exciting batsmen. You know, obviously Vikash Mohan, the skipper, Tion Webster, Amir Django, Deshaun Charles, Isaiah Raja.
Julian.
Of course, Leonardo Julian, probably the most exciting of the lot. And a lot of good all-rounders as well. You know, there's Hackett, fantastic batter as well. Rambaran, we all know that he's a genuine all-rounder. Camilo Karampukas as well, pretty excited to see him go.
Good hands there. Couldn't stop it. Good hands there from Dejon Charles. He took a sharp catch to dismiss Jason Mohammed. He's been at slip all day, Dejon Charles. Took the way, but Karim Bukas is the man in the way. Good stop. He's up and about there now, Karim Bukas.
And was hitting the helmet, so the concussion test is gonna have to take place for him.
Yeah, immediately umpire Danish Ramdani calling for, oh, that could have easily been worse than that, Liam.
Nasty blow to the helmet there. Just gonna ask him a few questions, make sure everything's all okay with him.
He has to go through that test to ensure everything is okay. He's getting a drink of water as well. In the meanwhile, it's 244 for 5. 67.4 overs have been completed. And Gully just having a laugh with Karim Bukas. Wouldn't have been a laughing matter had it been a different situation. But Karim Bukas is up and ready to go. Pay as well. So he's asked the physio to get off the field a bit more quickly. Slip in position. Karim Bukas is back at short leg. Oh, and this time it's tapped into the hands. One more delivery remaining in the 68 over. If you're just joining us, it's the North-South Classic, Senior North-South Classic match.
So whipped away into the leg side. Joshua James is out there at replacement fielder. He's out there at deep mid wicket. And they get 2 easily. Gully moves nicely along to 42.
Yeah, 246 of 5 after 68. And that's the story at the moment. And there are a couple of guys training hard in the nets.
Well, that's the Trinidad and Tobago under 19 preparation team. They will be taking part in the Premier 2 division in the domestic season this year in the North Zone. Notable names in there: Nikhil Jalim, Kavir Budu Singh, Samir Sarup. Good couple young players coming through the ranks. Ishmael Ali as well.
I think I saw Kavir Budu Singh delivering a ball there. So Ishmael Ali as well. So it's good to see these guys preparing themselves.
One to look out for is going to be wicketkeeper batsman Mateus Komal. Really improved his cricket over the past few seasons. One of the best keepers in the country at this point in time. Really, really talented behind the stumps. Love to see him get some more runs too.
At the moment, Imran Khan, that is, would want to get some runs under his belt in this match, at least for the South team. And Jit Guli as well will want to take this innings further. At the moment, just calm situation. I think it's more of a situation where they're looking to bat out the day, muster whatever they can, and just bat out the day. Come back tomorrow fresh and look to pile on the runs. No run there. Rambaran in the way. 246 for the loss of 5. One. Oh, that one could have easily snuck through.
Good delivery though. One. Causing some problems. Good spell this from Vikash Mohan. Giving that one some air. And Mankan just pushing it to Ramarana short cover. And that's going to bring us to the end of over number 69. It's 246 for 5. Well, well, well. There's a bit of time left here, and we're going to take a short break. We'll be right back.
Well, it's 248 for 5, and I've now been joined by Dylan Sharma. Good afternoon, Dylan.
Good afternoon, Vishal.
Quiet afternoon here at the National Cricket Centre.
Well, it has quietened down ever since the fall of those quick wickets. Jit Guli himself has slowed down quite a bit, but I think he's still looking very good right now because he started off his innings in quite a quick fashion, and there's nothing saying that if you start off quick that you have to continue in that way. Test match ebbs and flows, and you have to play the situation.
Yeah, just adapting to the situation very well, Jit Guli, but you know, we'll have to wait and see for how long he can continue. Oh, he's gone. Imran Khan falling to carry pair. That one a bit short outside the off stump. Just holding its line. Imran Khan looking to guide that one down to third man. It took the outside edge, and Dejon Charles snaps up what is his second catch of the day.
Risky shot with slip in place. Would have been trying to break the shackles because he's 5 off 29. Trying to get the runs flowing again.
A very sharp catch there from Dejon Charles. That would have went quickly, and he took it to his left, and that's a score now 249, Dylan, for the loss of 6. In walks Damian Joachim. Damian Joachim, who would have participated in the under-23 tournament. He would have also played a wealth of franchise cricket, the Dream 11 T10 tournament in Trinidad and also in Tobago in the Blast. So this is a man who is walking out there with a lot of experience. And when you speak about experience, one experienced campaigner makes way for another.
Carrie P again, reward for his hard work bowling many overs today.
Carrie P finally getting that second wicket, and you can see immediately all of these guys are around the bat. Julian leading the pack in what he has to say to Damian Joachim, and all of these guys would know a lot about Joachim. They would have that friendly banter, and it seems as though Carrie P is going to bowl over the wicket to the left-handed Joachim.
They've definitely raised the volume out there. Can hear Amir Jangu at his...
Well, tell you what, Dylan, if North could dismiss the entirety of the South team today, this afternoon, I think they will consider themselves on top in this game.
Well, that would be quite a turnaround. Definitely not impossible, though. Only 4 wickets remain. You'd say after such a great start, it's definitely gone downhill in this final session on day 1.
Yes, certainly. You have to write it down to some poor shot selection as well. Some poor decision making from the batsmen of the South team that led to their demise. We look right from the top with Keon Otley. He was being a bit over ambitious in the first over of Carrie P after shocking him for a 6. So then we see Cephas Cooper after batting for such a long period, 148 deliveries to get his 80. And then we see him hitting a ball straight to the mid-off fielder, short mid-off, and a suicidal run out.
And you'd say from right about that point was where it started to slide.
Yeah, definitely. And you would have seen 4 wickets falling since then. Well, 3 since the wicket of Cooper, 4 including the wicket of Cooper. And this man Mohan has really tied the South batting down, and with the help of Filton Williams and Carrie P, they would have really tightened things for North.
Yeah, they really tightened things up, and
Joachim to have his first look of Mohan. And, Mohan is really varying his pace as well, but he's really stuck to that middle and off stump line, Dylan, to the left-handers.
yeah, I definitely did notice that. He
Again, you can see there that middle and off stump line.
he's been getting a lot more turn as well ever since the tea break, and with the confidence again that wicket of Jason Mohammed, he's looked much more on point. Seems to be settling into a nice rhythm against these left-handers as well.
Oh, back to him, and he's gone. Joachim goes without scoring. Mohan picks up his second, and a straightforward catch back to the bowler. Well, 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 that's the 7th wicket down. They are falling apart here now, the men in green, the South team. Gully is being left alone. 250 for the loss of 7. South batting first.
Disappointing shot. And disappointing display, because you do want to play the ball straight, but not straight back to the bowler in such a manner so early on in your innings.
It's really been downhill since speaking about the Maruga Hill Rice. It's really been downhill, Dylan. I have to say that much. Let's a look at that wicket again.
Down the Maruga Hill.
Yeah, Mohan flighting that one up and Joachim falling over, much like the innings of the South team. And in comes a man who is no stranger to regional cricket and is no stranger to Trinidad and Tobago cricket. That's Brian Charles. And he's going to come in there and he's going to look to build a partnership with Gully, a much needed partnership if they can do so. But it begs the question, Dylan, how would Gully, as we near the end of this innings and as more wickets continue to fall, 3 wickets again remaining for the South team, how do you think Jid Gully should approach this passage of play and the rest of this innings?
Well, I think it's time for him to start back looking for those boundaries because it doesn't look like it's going to be lasting that much longer.
I think Kadir Mohammed is picking up most of the wickets for North at the moment. Every time he walks into the commentary box and leaves, a wicket falls. So
Seems
maybe
to be the
another
assistant coach.
He's leaving now, so let's see. This one driven out to mid-off. And Raja is there. Just the lone over for Isaiah Raja. Would have been taken apart earlier. But Mohan, how well he has bowled. 17 overs, 2 for 46. Charles, solid as a rock. That completes 71. It's 250 for the loss of 7. We'll take a short break and return shortly. Jid Gully could fancy himself here against Kari Pear. We'll have to wait and see. Pear won't let it up though. Oh, that's a lovely delivery there from Pear. But just past him. And Gully would be through for a single. But Gully looking to get a half century. What would be a vital half century in the proceedings. And remember, if you're just joining us, it's the North-South Classic, the senior North-South Classic, all in an effort to give these players that opportunity to stamp their names on the selectors list for that Trinidad and Tobago Red Force team that would travel to Jamaica and St. Kitts for the first 3 rounds of the Regional 4-Day Tournament, the CWI Regional 4-Day Tournament next month. I think that tournament will be bowling off on the 7th of February. So, and we all know how quickly that can get up. Oh, good
Football skills on show.
Oh my. Well, Webster, he would have put down a catch. Well, actually 2 catches in the game thus far. But certainly using the boot to good effect.
The ball would have stuck in the webbing of his shoes.
Oh, lovely there from Kari Pear. Good cricket from both men. That is Gully and Pear. I really like how Gully would have played since seeing the fall of those wickets. His adjustment was excellent. Just telling Kari Pear to have a look at the maker's name of his cricket bat. This piece of willow.
Might be looking to get one of the same type for himself.
Gully crashes this one into the offside. Julian cleans up. And that seems to complete the over. At the end of 72, it's 252 for the loss of 7. Pick of the bowlers, Williams with 2 for 53 in 13. Kari Pear 2 for 71 in 23. And Vikash Mohan 2 for 46 in 17. I'm very keen to, find out what is the message that's being spoken about between Charles and goalie. But certainly, goalie won't be telling Charles to sleep away like this guy is doing at the moment. Oh, well, Jason is saying that he's sunbathing. I won't want to be sunbathing at the moment with the heat as it is at the moment. 33 degrees Celsius out there.
Well, hopefully Jed Gooley doesn't hit the ball in that direction.
Well, I'm really interested to know to find out about the invisible footrest that he's using as well. Strong legs. Oh, well, bowled there by Mohan. That one goes past Charles. And Julian is speeding down to it. And they get 2. So Charles, he moves on to 3. And Dylan, how has the debut been today for you on commentary?
Well, it's been a great day so far. It's also been my first North-South Classic, so 2 debuts in 1.
Yeah, definitely. And if you had told me it was your first North-South Classic and I wasn't here, Dylan, I would have thought that you played the game.
How so?
Well, if you tell me, Dylan, that, Vishan, it's my first North-South Classic and I wasn't at the game, I would have thought that, congratulations, Dylan, on playing your first North-South Classic. Definitely, yeah, certainly a good debut. And this one just driven out. Oh my goodness, that could have easily been a run out at the non-striker's end had Carey Pear being focused on what was going on. But look at the amount of fielders around the bat, Dylan.
I was just about to point that out. They really closed it in on the batsman to make it really difficult to score and really just go in for the kill here and get these final 3 wickets.
Yeah, they're asking the lower order batsman in the form of Brian Charles to go over the top. And this one is into the air and he's gone. Carey Pear accepts it. Vikash Mohan, the skipper of North, picks up his 3rd. And Brian Charles giving an easy catch to Carey Pear at short mid-wicket. We were just speaking about those close-in fielders. Have a look at it. It was whipped into the hands of Pear, who wasn't going to drop it at all. That's the 8th wicket down for South.
Pretty much guided it straight into his hands.
Yeah, it's one of those moments, Dylan, when you're warming up for a cricket match on the morning of the match and your coach is just hitting the short catches for you, It was as though Brian Charles saying, there you go, Carey. Have a practice catch. And, well, Brian Charles has to go for 3. It's 254 for the loss of 8. South in all sorts of trouble now. We'll take a short break and be right back. Well, Anderson Phillip has now joined Jid Gully, and could we see an occurrence of Jid Gully not getting to his half century here, Dylan? The wickets just continues to fall around him.
Well, he'd certainly be wanting to get himself back on strike as soon as he can. He'd be just telling Anderson Phillip to defend this ball so he can take strike first up next over.
Well, I really liked Anderson Phillip as a batsman as well. He's not afraid to take on the game, and he's someone who can strike the ball. And given the situation that they are in at the moment, well, you never know. We can see a couple big blows here from Anderson Phillip. I don't think the situation warrants him to do that. I think Gully would be having other thoughts and words towards Anderson Phillip and telling him just to take his time here. Don't want to give it away. Mohan would be looking for a fifer. At the end of 73, it's 254 for the loss of 8. Mohan with another wicket taking over. And look at his spell. 3 for 48 in 18 overs for Vikash Mohan, the captain, leading the way. Well, it's getting a Gully here now. It's putting Gully in a situation where he may have to change his approach, Dylan.
Well, we've seen earlier that he's no stranger towards changing his approach.
Yeah, he's adapted in the situation. And I think it's Liam's fault that these wickets have all fallen. As soon as he left the commentary box, it's 254 for 8. And Gully has been left there on 47 since then. Gully slams this one through the offside. Raja is there looking for 2 is Gully. Maybe it's a case of Gully looking to starve Philip of the strike and looking to get the bulk of the strike here, Dylan.
Certainly, we've seen wickets tumbling at one end, and he would want to be on strike as much as he can.
I think the wicket of Brian Charles would have woken up that guy to the eastern end of the ground that was sunbathing. Now he's walked all the way around the ground.
Must be his biggest fan.
Well, must be a bit disappointed with the fall of the last couple of wickets. Philip facing up the pair. Django still going behind the stumps. Even when his team was down in that partnership of over 100 between Mohammed and Cooper, Django was going behind the stumps and really supporting his team. Amir Django. It's good batting there from Philip. So Philip is no slouch with the bat as well. He can really hold his end, and he's a good batsman, Anderson Philip. Cut away nicely. And no run. Very unlucky there, Anderson Philip. Very good comeback by Note.
Well, a very good comeback indeed.
Philip again punching straight to Ali at cover. That completes 74 overs. It's 255 for the loss of 8. Vikash Mohan is pressed today, 3 for 48.
Jid Gully is going to be back on strike again for the next over.
And if you look at the innings of South, there were no real assistance from anyone except Cooper, Mohammed, and Gully. And that's why I say you can now see, Dylan, how vital that partnership between Mohammed and Cooper was. Because had that partnership been broken early, you never know what could have happened. South could have tumbled.
Well, that's one side of the argument, but you could also say it's really disappointing if you're in their camp and you had such a great start and you weren't able to push on to much bigger things.
Yep. That's what I was saying earlier, and Liam was acknowledging that as well. That at one stage, you know, you would have thought that South could have got up to 450, sorry. But now it's way past that. It's gone past that now. And they may even struggle to get to 300.
And the run rate's won by about 0.5 runs and over 2.
Yep. And this man in your picture who has the ball in his hand, the main destroyer for North. Gully on strike. We're looking for 2 here. Soft hands from Gully, and they'll get it quite easily. Karim Bokas has a lot of work to do, and that brings up the half century for Jid Gully. 2 6s and 3 4s in that, and what a magnificent knock. It really showed how well he adapted in the middle phase of that innings of his. He started off explosively and aggressively, Dylan, and he was able to, play the situation well. It's good to see batsmen standing up and scoring half centuries, but at times when they score half centuries, you want to see them take it further. We saw 2 batsmen earlier throwing away their hand. Gully crashing this one through the offside for 1. Yes, Dylan, but it's important that batsmen take these half centuries, and convert them into centuries.
Yes, the third 50 of the innings, and converting these into centuries is vital. I mean, even look at the warm-up game going on in Australia right now with the West Indies. 2 50s in the first innings and another 50 in the second innings, but no hundreds.
Yeah, that has been a problem of recent, and not just of recent, but the last couple of years, and that's something that a lot of analysts would have spoken about. The batsmen inability to convert these starts that they've gotten, and that has been a real problem in West Indies cricket as well. That was one of the problems, and also, not looking to run the quick singles and take the runs, find the gaps and take the runs, just looking to bludgeon ball to the boundary. That's not all about it.
And that's why the run-in earlier was something that I was so happy to see during that partnership.
Yeah, that was one of the key highlights of the partnership between Cooper and Mohammed. And at the moment, the score 259 for 8. Looking at that batting scorecard again, only the 3 standouts there in Cooper, Mohammed and Gully. At the moment, at the National Cricket Centre, South batting first, 259 for 8, really falling away. And it's going to be the water break being taken here. You can see umpire Simon Arun making his way out to the middle, and the drinks as well. So we'll take a short break and be right back with more action here at the National Cricket Centre. Drinks break is over, and it looks as though it's going to be a change in the bowling. No, it's actually Kari Pierre is going to continue, and Dylan Sharma is back with me in the commentary box, and Anderson Phillip is on strike. Dylan, welcome back after the drinks break. 259 for 8. There's just about 15 overs to go in the day's play again. And Julian, always a very tricky character. And Django is going at Philip at the moment. He's doing some sledging. Oh, this one into the air. And a stifled appeal. Umpire Danish Ramdan, he just calms the situation, Dylan. And not out, says the umpire. Just looking to get these last 2 wickets, Dylan.
They'd be very, very happy if they're able to get these 2 wickets and maybe even back before the end of the day. Wouldn't have expected that throughout the second session.
Yeah, definitely you would have thought from the start of today's play that South would have batted through today, but well, it has all went downhill. As I tell you, Dylan, as soon as we spoke about that Maruga Hill Rice, it started to go downhill for the South team. Oh, that's a lovely shot from Phillip. That's worked through the onside for 4. I was telling you, Dylan, that this man can bat, you know, Anderson Phillip.
I did have my doubts, actually, but that was played so well. I didn't even realize that it went to the boundary that quickly. Timing.
A lovely shot from the lower Anderson Phillip. A shot where someone would actually say, why isn't Phillip batting at the top of the order? But definitely not. But doing a good job here, Anderson Phillip, and he would want to continue. As you can see, Goody just pointing out that the fielder has moved a bit straighter on the deep mid-wicket fence. And look at how he's coming forward and defending, Dylan. He's really solid as the over comes to an end. It's 2-6-3 for the loss of 8. Dylan, a lovely day of cricket thus far.
Well, it has been lovely for the most part, but could have done without that collapse.
Yeah.
It's been something very common in West Indies cricket as of late.
Yes.
And you wonder if it's sort of a mental fatigue that they seem to go through at times, because they need to get to the bottom of it. It's cost them many a match regarding regional or international.
Yeah, but you say mental fatigue, Dylan, but why isn't that an occurrence with other teams? You know, is it a case where these batsmen are not applying themselves as they should? You know, I don't think we can write it down as mental fatigue.
Well, the reason I do say that is because, as we alluded to earlier, you know, getting past their 50s and not being able to convert it, as we see a bit of an injury.
Well, that's the second shot that Karim Bokas has taken. And, well, he's down for the count. And
Physio is back out.
he's limping around here, Karim Bokas, and he's on the floor. Goes down like a true potato bag. And you remove the potatoes, Dylan. And look at that. That struck him very hard. That was a forceful shot there from Jid Gully. And this is the second time that Gully has struck him. Earlier, he had the concussion test. And now, well, the physio is back out there again.
He's been struck from either end.
Well,
You say he went down like a bag of potatoes. Maybe he's just fried now.
well, Dylan. And given the immense heat that there is out there, I won't doubt you at all. I think it gives us a good time to take a break, and hopefully Karim Bukas will be back up on his feet shortly.
Rambaran is back on to bowl now. Didn't do too well in his first few spells.
So the last 4 wickets falling for 32 runs, and that just goes to show how this innings has taken a decline. And there's good old Camilo Karim Bukas. He's been removed from the short leg position, and this time again he's almost struck again. This time at short mid wicket. And the ball seems to be following him.
Usually it follows you wherever you go on the field.
And for a moment he seemed to have thought that he was still at short leg because he was crouching at short mid wicket. So that completes, oh, that actually doesn't complete the over. It's the right-handed Philip on strike. The fielder's just moving around. But Candice Laborde having a laugh. Oh, he's back at short leg. He's a brave guy. Well, you can understand why he's a brave guy. You can understand why Mr. Karim Bukas is a brave guy. Oh, good bowling here from Rambaran. Really settled in now. He didn't have the best of times at the start of his morning with the ball in hand. As the day progressed, he's into his 7th over. Oh, that one cramping Philip for room, and he's suggesting that it kept a bit low as well. 77 overs bowled. It's 264 for 8. And the North-South Classic continues. And Karim Bukas is laughing at the moment.
I almost wonder whether Rambaran might have found a bit more success coming from the other end, where Pierre was coming from.
That's a good point, Dylan. Left-arm orthodox spinner operating from that end. But I think that they would have wanted to stick with Kari Pierre from that end.
Definitely.
Yeah, hence the reason why we didn't see Rambaran come from there. I think this evening when Karim Bukas goes home, Dylan, he'll have a lot of icing to do. I'm not speaking about icing cake. I'm speaking about icing his hands and his feet, because of the barrage of blows that he would have taken from the bat of Jid Guli.
Or maybe he may opt for some cake just to celebrate getting through the day's play.
Just maybe. Guli, not afraid to turn the strike over to Philip. Philip has looked good for his 5.
He certainly wouldn't want to be coming in too early to bat.
Yeah, Camilo Karim Bukas, someone who's known for his all-round ability. Short outside the off stump. Philip not interested in that. And just a matter of playing out the final 12 overs after this. of the day's proceedings. Philip goes big into the hands of the fielder. Yes! Philip has to go. Rambaran takes a good catch at mid-off. And that's a really poor shot there from Philip. Looking to go over the top to the experienced Gary Pierre. He took one hand off the bat, so he was not in control at all. And Rambaran takes a simple catch. Gully has been left yet again. It's 265 for 9.
Well, it's not long now before the end of this innings.
There's that wicket again. Couldn't get under it and was never in control. Rambaran took a good catch. Pierre gets his third. He has 3 for 77. Philip goes back for 5. Newman coming to the middle. The left arm seamer from the Rio Claro area. It's Sharon Lewis. And he's warming up much like Andre Russell normally does with the swing of the arms. Dylan.
Will he show us some Russell type shots?
I had a feeling a wicket was coming, you know, because Kadir Mohammed just about 5 minutes ago, he was in the commentary box. That's his 4th wicket for the afternoon. And there it is. He's coming to have a look at his wicket. Pierre will be looking to close off the innings immediately here. What approach you will see from Sharon Lewis? Well, it's left to be seen.
Well, Gully's got the helmet off at the other end.
Just to relieve that heat a bit. Gully seemed to have lost some hair since coming to the crease. Since seeing all the wickets fall around him. A lot of appeal for leg before. Not out, says umpire Ramdani. And Django could see the funny side of it. Lewis is saying that it struck the bat. Lewis was showing the umpire his piece of willow there, Dylan, as to tell umpire Ramdani that it struck him on his bat. And then you see umpire Ramdani raising the right leg and signaling leg byes.
Well, it almost distracted the fielders because they were able to steal a run there.
I think Gully is going to go big here. Oh, actually, I'm wrong. Just solidly behind it. 2 more deliveries remaining in the over.
Well, he has to go for it now, right? No reason to just poke and prod around now.
Well, just maybe he may not attack Gary Pierre. We'll have to wait and see. He may wait till the other over, but he'll need to get a single to get down on the other end, and that's what he does. Just takes it away. So Sharon Lewis would have the job of playing out this last delivery from Gary Pierre. Not sure if you heard what Amir Django would have asked Lewis there. He would have asked him, how did his bat got all that ball mark on it? The ball marks on the bat. So, bit of banter going on. A leg slip in position. Oh, well played by Lewis to complete the 78. 267 for 9. We'll take a short break and be right back.
Gully will have to do all the heavy lifting now. 267 for 9. So a little bit disappointed in this effort. And at least from the position they were in to reach this situation now, it's going to be Vikash Mohan, 3 for 52. And he defends a good delivery. As I say, good evening to Liam.
Yeah, 267 for 9 here. What do you think is the best way for Jed Gully to approach this stage of the innings? He's batting with number 11, Sharon Lewis.
But he's going to try to get runs, obviously. This is the last pair inside. He's back and cutting well. He'll be pushing for 2 and easily go back. Obviously, Sharon Lewis doesn't inspire confidence with the bat. So he will have to farm the strike. But at the end of the day, you know, it's 6 or 1 half a dozen of the other. This is basically, although it's a north-south game, it's a trial. So you'll want to address the national selectors. So you don't want to give your hand away, but yet you want to benefit from the last wicket. Here he is forcing again. He should go back for 2. And he does.
Yeah, I think this is good from Gully. Just changing the field now. Moves Karen Bokas from a short mid-wicket to just a cover fielder.
Surprised that you didn't see Karen Bokas with the ball today?
No, not particularly. I think Karen Bokas is more recognized by the selectors for his batting.
Flatter. So you can see Mohan not tossing up any deliveries to Jed Gully.
See 4 fielders on the boundary. 5 in fact for Jed Gully. No slip now.
2 fielders buried in the boundary on the offside and 3 on the on. Oh, it tosses one up.
And nicely played. Down to long on from Gully. Gives Lewis just one to maneuver. Then Sharon Lewis, he's going to look for a boundary here. Just the way he plays. He hits a long ball. Got a bat from Andre Russell that he uses. Not sure if he still has it. But it does hit a long ball. Not what's required, just needs to stick around and lend that supporting role to Jed Gully. 2 slips, a short leg. Looks like Filton Williams is going into a leg gully. Joshua James comes in very short.
Very attacking field. 3 slips. 2 on the off, 1 leg slip. And he plays it very accomplished. In a very accomplished manner. High back lift. So he has done his job. He has stayed out the over. 272 for 9. Still another 11 overs to go before the end of the day's play. 28 short of 300.
Interestingly, there's just 1 over until the second new ball becomes available. Now, probably don't want pace on the ball when Jed Gully's out there. So I think, don't think the North skipper Vikash Mohan I don't believe that he would opt for that new ball. Probably just, the ball is harder to hit when it's soft and old like it is now.
Good delivery. So he's respecting the good deliveries. Got 5 runs in the last over. So we're looking to push South as close as possible to that 300 run figure. Oh, he'll be angry that he missed out there.
It's an outside leg, so no real threat of LBW. Jed Gully had a free offer. Tion Webster's out there on that deep square leg boundary as well as Joshua James Ahmed Wicket. Going this time and straight down to Webster deep square. Gully moves on to 60. Now It's given Sharon Lewis strike for
3
what could be
deliveries.
possibly 3 deliveries.
And he's probably growing in confidence, Sharon Lewis. So it's just 2 deliveries though, but the last one was such an immaculate defensive shot. Harry Perry with a fantastic opportunity to end with 4. So there's a regulation slip, leg slip, forward short. And this is played away beautifully down to Rambaran. Well, they got him off strike, and someone had some colorful, very colorful description of that shot.
Andrew Rambaran just falling asleep a bit there. You want to keep that number 11 on strike for as long as possible. Jid Gully's going to look for a single here.
Can't get it.
A ball from Carrie Bay. Now.
Cut one now.
Say Amir Django saying to cut 1. Don't want to get.
So they've called the field in. Pair might well toss it up. Let's see if he goes for the big shot. Straight back to the pair. Spectators catch. And there is no run. I think he could have done a lot more with that.
Yeah, I think he was just looking to get it past Carrie Bay and try to get that single, but well fielded. Carrie Bay is one of the best fielders of his own bowling. So maybe skipper Vikash Mohan to continue. Carrie Bay, good figures, 3 for 80. A long toiling day for him. 27 overs he's bowled today. Vikash Mohan, 20 overs for his 3 for 57. Into Lewis.
Looking to drive. That one missing leg stump, definitely.
Sharon Lewis, known as Cutty, needs to get off strike here, get Jid Gully back onto strike.
Forces it away. Cooley is telling him well played.
How long do you think it will be until we see that big shot from Lewis?
Well, there it is. Not a bad idea. Because tossed up, everyone is in that 30-yard circle, so to speak. You would have gotten a 4 or 6 had he connected there.
You see Jid Gully.
Cooley's not happy. Cooley's asking what is going on.
You see Carrie Page just signaling to Vikash Mohan.
To toss it up.
Let's give it some more here. I'm not sure if he could give it more here than he gave that one. Sharon Lewis, it's just a matter of time before he plays his shot.
And there comes the air. Oh, well played. Gorgeous, straightforward defensive shot.
Now we see Narad Kal kissing Natis walking out on the boundary.
What is the message?
The message is to tell Sharon Lewis don't do what he's been doing.
Coach Stephen Ramke soon would send that message. Delivery pitch outside the leg. Umpire Laborde signals that. Commands a lot of respect out there, umpire Candice Laborde.
Just one ball to go now. Needs to negotiate this one.
Straight into the hands of Karim Bokas, and that's the end of that. So that's the end of the innings. Cooley, 16 not out. Sharon Lewis won. The last wicket falling to Karim Bokas. He was on his knees there for a short leg, as you can see. And Karim Bokas taking this catch to drive the final nail in the southern coffin, as they're all out. And 274, Kamil Puran, 780 to Cephas Cooper, a wonderful knock. Also a wonderful knock of 91 from Jason Mohammed. And I think that has brought us to the end of the day's play, has it? Yep, that brought us to the end of the day's play. Umpires are still out there. And at the end of the day's play, South batting first, 274 on a slow track. That may well keep lower as the match progresses. Probably not a bad effort, but at the end of the day, they would have wanted a lot more, given the foundation that was provided by Mohammed and Cooper.
Yeah, that's a pretty evenly matched day, 274. I think South would be happy with that. They would have felt like they could have gotten a bit more, maybe get to that 300. Sharon Lewis, disappointing way to get out, but sets up an exciting day's play for tomorrow. And North, they'll have a go at this 274 tomorrow. As we said before, that fourth innings is going to be really difficult on this wicket. So it'll be very interesting to see how this one goes.
So that's it from us here at the National Cricket Centre. Remember, just to recap today's play, South winning the toss and they decided to bat first. 274 allowed, 91 to Jason Mohammed, 80 to Cephas Cooper, and 60 not out to Jid Guli. We leave you from the National Cricket Centre on behalf of the entire Cricket 360 crew: Jason Passad, Dylan Sharma, Vishal Lalman, Liam Mamchan, Kadir Mohammed, Ronnie Bikram Das, and Vinod Mamchan, bidding you a very good evening. Stay safe, and remember, tomorrow morning at 10 to 10, join us for day 2.